Yeah, we got I got sincere, God's favorite. A couple of lurkers out there. Wait for a couple more people to get in here. Phil G. What's the deal? You know, Phil G, you know, you one of the reasons for today's title. I actually was gonna do something else. And I was like, nah, we don't wanna start to go down that rabbit hole with Phil G. I was gonna build on some of the science of time. I was gonna build on some science on time, but then I was like, yo, you know what? Man. But yeah, I was gonna build on some science, man, dealing with time, but then I was like, nah, you know, I don't know. I don't know. First of all, I don't know if I want to open up that rabbit hole. You know, Shaquash, close that door. But I was like, yeah, I don't know if, you know, for a couple of reasons. You know what I'm saying? You know, number one, you know, that's the type of science right there that I'm gonna be copyright. So then, if you say what I say, and then you're gonna have to pay me. So that's one thing. But then another thing, I was just like, nah, that's not. Because you know, with all the stuff that I build on here, right? The stuff that we don't even broach the topic. It's stuff that you only know if you ever was to really get to know. Yeah, I'm talking about right now. I come in and visit me in the mind. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I know a little bit about my thoughts. You know what I mean? But in terms of putting that into the full activation, you know what I'm saying? How I live out all these things that I say. You would have to be on that level, and then I'm on that same level with you, where I know about how you live out, these things that you say when we just feel it mind. So, there's science that we don't cover online. Shaquem was the deal. But ultimately, all of those things mean that that truth is out of season. Phil G said me and S. Reeves were talking about eventually coming to Mecca to say peace. Now I remember S. Reeves. S. Reeves, at least he hasn't said anything. But yeah, I remember S. Reeves from the early days. So we toned it down to, we're not going to deal with time because that's going to, But we toned it down to truth in season. So, Phil G, you always on deck. So, what does that mean to you? Truth in season. Of course, anybody else can come in on that. But like I said, Phil G is always Kim Salam. Phil G said it means that a baby can't absorb the hard food until he got teeth. Okay. Kim Salam, what about you? Truth in season. Anybody else? Nobody else has Who knows what's going on out there? And, a little bit of craziness going on out there. But you got Black Justice, Prince Powerful. But hold on, let's put this up here. Let's put this up here. A lot of times we're successful by doing this. Anyone, Julie? Certainly we had some input on this right here. Maybe there's a big delay. Maybe there's just a big delay on the internet today or something. Doing the each one teach one should be a way of life. You right about that? You know, hitting the like button. That's the least you can do. But what about this question right here, Prince Powerful? Divine understanding. Yeah, divine understanding. You from Texas, right? Are you from Dallas?
You see that shit?
Yeah, listen.
She go all the way back to 135th Street.
Yeah, I thought it was what's the name? I thought it was I seen the last what's the name? Who knows though? So, what part of you from Dallas? Do you know Tin Can? Do you know everybody name of Tin Can? So Black Justice said, "What is the background of the question?" Nah. You don't get, yeah. You're not gonna wiggle out. That's the background to the question right there. What does truth in season? Because look, some people, and you see that a lot today, right? Where people feel like, the truth is never out of season. Like if the truth is the truth, how can it be out of season? You know, uh, you don't know. You know, there was a time that, you know, the, you know, how can I? There was a time that I was looking for this brother, Tin Can. There was Tin Can and Swallar. Now Swallar, I never met him, but I got a chance to like I seen him on something, not in person. So I can confirm that he exists. And there's people that said they interacted with him that I know. I never interacted with him. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but with them, this is like the early '90s. Like in the early '90s, brothers, whatever was the cipher that was going on in Dallas, they started writing and calling up to New York, and they was, basically, they try and reach, they try and connect with the family, let us know, they out there and they build it. So it was one of the things like, brothers started, so yeah, we going down there, you know what I'm saying, all of this. So at the time, he was young, I was, so when they tell you about going out to, Texas, they're gonna be like, man, listen, you gotta come here to get the knowledge. I ain't going out there. But at any rate, the brothers went out there. And when they came back, they was like, nah, the brothers is guys, you know what I'm saying? They add on, you know what I'm saying, the sisters out there and everything, you know. But there was some things that they was doing their way. You know what I'm saying? Like they was, specifically, I'm talking to Umar. And so he's telling me that, they ask, but they got some things that they doing their way. So, I'm like, well, what are these things? And then he says, the one brother, so his brother named Tin Can and the brother named Swallah. So at the time, right? At the time, the first thing that hit me is, okay, wait a minute now. This brother's name is Swallow, and this brother's name is Tin Can. Like, there's got to be some kind of joke. Like, what is this? Abbott and Costello or something? So, there was a time when, the hot seat was on full flame. we was waiting. Like if I would have saw him, if I would have met them before like 1995, that would have been quite an experience. But like I said, I ended up eventually, I seen Slud. The stuff I seen, I don't know what happened with that, but I guess that is what it is. But I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that story earlier today. I don't know what made me think about it. So, but yeah, nobody ever, every time I ask somebody from there if they know tin can, they never know tin can. So, if you do meet him, tell him I said peace. Because if he's still got the knowledge and he true living, then I don't need to ask no more. That's what tin can means. Uh, so Black Justice said, well, we should operate in power always, so truth should never be out of season. Okay. Uh, Mr. Green once said to me, that means when you know the truth better, you do better in life. Okay. Prince Powerful says, seasons come and go, but I will never change. Darkim Salam said, when you share knowledge that has no apparent use at the time, 7930. All right. So now this is all the way from the top to the bottom because see now, it's looking at it just from all angles, right? Coming at it from Black Justice's angle, right? We don't want to use this truth in season and truth out of season to be lying, to justify lying. So when God is saying, man, we should always operate in power, right? I can understand that. We don't want to be, doing shit that's not right and exact and then have the excuse be, well, doing what's right was out of season. Mr. Green one, I like this angle right here too, where he says, to me, it means when you know the truth better, you do better in life. So, there's some things like, for instance, what he's dealing with is the science of understanding. There could be some truth that but you wasn't ready to absorb it and use it yet. And Powerful says, seasons come and go, but I will never change. That's a little bit complex right there. At the core of your being, right? When we're talking about the definition that's given in the knowledge degree in 110, right? That shouldn't change. But through different seasons, look, if nothing else, you gotta wear different clothes. Right now we live in a certain society, but if you was in a different society, different foods may be available to you because of the season. So Phil G said, omission is not a lie though, is it? That's very contextual. You know what I'm saying? Because every omission is not for the purpose of deception. But ultimately, here's what brings all these things together. See, the season is the environment, right? And the truth is the seed that you plant in that environment. And so if you plant that seed in that environment, right? Like the brother said earlier, if you give a person some food that they too young to digest, right? Or, if you share knowledge that has no apparent use at that time, right? That means that it can't grow and develop in this environment. You understand what I'm saying? Or uh uh we're Black Justice is saying, right? The truth should never be out of season, right? Now, that's a sign of you being the master of your environment. Like you've mastered your environment to the level where you can do what you want to do. Like, see, for instance, right? My Aunt Frances, right? That's my my grandmother's, no, my grandfather's, sister-in-law. That's his favorite brother's wife. At least the brother I seen around, And she was the last person that I wore like a suit, hard shoes and all of that to her funeral. Because I realized that at a certain point, right, everybody else know, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no people in the family that's left right now that don't know who I am, what I am, and how I am. So at this point, yeah, it's always in season for me to show up how I show up. You see what I'm saying? And see, when you in your house, you created that environment. So you say what you want to say. You see what I'm saying? The truth can never be out of season. Because you control that environment at its maximum. You see, in life, we're moving around, we're moving through all these different worlds, we're moving through all these different environments. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you look at 120, and look, let me tell you something. I've never, y'all just made me think of this right now. That's why you gotta study 120. That's why you gotta study it, right? How many different environments is in 120 lessons? In fact, hold on. Shaquest, come here. Look, Shaquest is the resident. Shaquest is the resident trivia master of 120 lessons. Shaquest, how many environments is in 120?
Environments?
Yeah, like you got deserts, hills and mountains. How many different environments is in 120 lessons? But while the guy is thinking of that, just saying my point is that, see, the seed is not, the same seed is not going to grow.
I agree with the answer.
See, look, I tell you, look, we got shot. See, that's why I'm the doctor. I come up with a question for everybody, right? But my point is, right, that a seed cannot grow in all those environments. The same life can exist in all them environments, right? The ocean, that's those are other environments. Every one of them oceans is a separate environment, right? Where you got things that can exist over there that don't exist over there. So, that's the thing, man. You gotta understand now. Bill G said they can't chew food without growing teeth first? I mean, yeah. But I'm just saying, right? Look at all of the meanings, see that fully for what it is, right? When you say truth and season, because it's not just when you're dealing with babies, or it's not just when in your own environment, right? It's about, it's not just about you manifesting the truth and you did that and you gave them a piece of your mind. I mean, sometimes if it's, the principle or whatever. But if you really trying to plant that seed of truth and have it, grow into some fruit, you got to plant it in the right environment. See, even when you look in the ability straight degree and the 140, those are different environments. See, where it's real cold and warm or swift and changeable, right? If you somewhere where it's coming around down in drops of water or it's coming down in drops of ice, all of those is different environments. See, a while back, we spoke on that, right? About how, you could create the cold current, right? You put your words in the cold current, and then you're the one who causes how it's received. See, when water lands on the earth in the form of drops of ice, right? It's sitting on the surface. Until the current of air warms it up, and then when it melts, it can be absorbed. You see, if it's coming down in the fluid, drops of water, see, now it absorbs, unless you come with too much, and then it can't be absorbed. And these is all environments that you create, right, when you build it or destroy it. Because, let's get down to the nitty gritty, right? What causes the seasons? That's for anybody. Right, Jay, you gotta be on time. That's good. Because that's related. Seasons, is measured in time. What will ultimately causes that? Okay, Jay said the sun and moon. True Self said the earth's tilt on its axis and change of its position. Now see, we kind of got to mix these two answers right here. Because see, it's the Earth's tilt on its axis and its change and the change of its position on its way around the sun. So see, now we back to what would T.I. be without me? Right. But Black Justice, same thing. The axis of the planet as it spins on its way around the sun. See, never forget that. That's a very listen. Black Justice, you just see, pay attention to this, right? The sun and moon have attracting power on our planet. But only the sun draws this water up. See, the earth is not making its way around the moon. Now, first of all, before we move too quick, is everybody picking up? You got any questions? You got any questions on this so far? Every Green, you said the moon almost pulls the earth around the sun. Okay. I guess explain this statement right here. Because I'm gonna tell you the first thing that jumps out to me, right? Is the earth was traveling around the sun before the moon existed. So I'm just saying, right? Taking that into consideration, explain what you're saying. It's a new divine right here. Welcome to the channel. You know, hit the like button and subscribe. Hey, by the way, Black Justice is see. I noticed when I asked you yesterday, did you notice yet that 120 lessons? Hey, listen, I told you we got the resident tribute master. So he came up with wilderness, useful land, caves, deserts, jungles, lakes and rivers, hills and mountains. Like I said, I would add a few more in this, but in terms of what we're talking about on the planet, right? These are multiple different environments that every seed is not going to grow and develop in. You see what I'm saying? The season is not just, the time, but it's the place and the people and everything that's around too.
Corresponds to 8 points
Hey, listen, I knew Shaq questioned Listen, that's why you bet Shaq Quest got 100. Shaq Quest got 100 of those. You know what I'm saying? But Edwin Green, you still there? Trying to get a little bit to this statement right here. Because we developing this. We developing this. We're trying to get somewhere, but okay, so Eric Green said when the moon is in certain positions, its gravity causes the earth to bulge or pull towards it. I said almost pulls because I'm not sure of the correct terminology. Okay, now look, this is, mind you, when I got this knowledge, I was a kid. So some things may, we adults now, and it may seem like semantics to you. See, there's a difference between magnetic and gravity. They both attracting powers. But there's a difference between magnetic and gravity. Now, which one does the sun have? Right? Or we can more exactly say electromagnetism, magnetism, right? And which one has gravity? The sun has gravity as well. But, when we break down all of these reactions that's causing the sun to be what it is, the earth has gravity and the moon has gravity. So, getting back to what you were saying, so yeah, the moon could, cause some tides on the planet, and it can cause, a bulge or these things you're talking about. But, the moon kind of has to stay in its lane. You said almost equal, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not equal. I think the moon has, one-third the gravity of the Earth. But somebody check on that for me. I ain't sure, but the way how you can tell, right, is that people don't weigh the same on the moon. Well, depending, I don't know if you, uh, Bill, when it's that people went there and that's not my point, right? But the point is that, no, the moon has less gravity than the Earth. So Black Justice said, I was just thinking how trick knowledge does seem to be more and more prevalent nowadays. Well, uh, that's what the brothers back in the days told us. You know what I'm saying? When the brothers, a lot of them, they was the first brothers that was speaking on this type of, uh, just on indoctrination. The brothers that were saying that they took the chains off the body and put them on the brain. And so, trick knowledge as opposed to brute force is, how they live out what Yakub promised his people he would do. You see what I'm saying? So they have to continue daily, right? And, they continuing daily and we continuing daily. So that means they got to keep stepping their game up. So, being that the trick knowledge is the method that they're using, like if cannons was the method that they was using, we would see more and more cannons. So I would say Trump kicked it off when he started screaming alternative facts. I mean, you know, uh, in terms of the mainstream, I mean, I agree with him on it. Is that, like my personal thing is, right, like if I look at the news right now, if I look at the mainstream media, right, like I pay attention to it, right, to see, what's being said and, have some type of at least roundabout, uh, roundabout idea of what's going on in the world, right? But, for me, it appears to be about a 2 or 3 year time lag on the truth in the news. You see what I'm saying? Like certain shit that they was in full denial, you have in presidential press conferences, saying that no, that's not the case, this is the case. And then 2 or 3 years later, the news, a lot of news that was dealing with the different issues, uh, with the lockdowns and all of that, how it came about and who did this and was this good, was that a good move and all of that. Here we find out the real truth 2 or 3 years later. You know what I'm saying? Some is longer than that. Like, how long did we find out that there was no weapons of mass destruction? That might be going back a little bit far for some of you. said here that the gravitational force of the Earth and the Moon is the same, but the amount of gravity is not. The Moon is much less dense. I don't know about being less dense. I know it has less mass. Gravity has to do with mass. So, the sun is a massive object, so it still has gravity, but it's electromagnetic forces that's causing all those reactions that make it the sun. So wait, Jay, you said that's out of season when you got knowledge of self. So what is it? What are you saying is out of season when you got knowledge of self? I really was just trying to look at it real quick, but I see you saying trick knowledge is out of season when you got knowledge of self. So by that, you're saying that you do not believe in the teachers at 10%. Am I correct? Rasta said, "Why did you make my reply private on your page?" What was your reply? I don't make replies private. Maybe you said something that offended the YouTube monitors or whatever. But you're right here, right now. Make a comment. All right, I remember you now, Rasta. Yeah, no, I didn't make any of your comments private. So, and I remember we went through actually a couple of different angles of explanation of why I made that statement. But I mean, there was nothing said that would change my point of view. I mean, are you saying? Let me ask you a question. Is it your contention that a person can only claim to exist in the time between their date of birth and their date of expiration physically? Yeah, I'm still saying that. But hold up, let me put this in here just in case you But yeah, that's a question right there for you though. So you're saying before their date of birth, they're not a person. So what are they? Are you saying that they didn't exist? Because my question to you would be, because you come from a very scientific angle, right? So my question to you would be that how are they able to examine your DNA and tell about all these people and events from the past? By events, I mean certain environmental changes that prompted what they call them polymorphisms. And you said before their date of birth, they're not a person. What about after their date of expiration? Are they a person? I know it's a lot of questions, but you started. Because ultimately, that's what I think you're doing here. You're defining my life for me. You're defining, so you're a supporter of abortion then, because you said before their date of birth, they're not a person. You said that's the DNA of your lineage that precedes you. Yeah, but that DNA, right, is like they have to physically remove that from my body. Like somewhere, even if they collect my spit, I felt that spit when it left my body. If they inject me, if they take blood, if it's cells off my cheek, whatever it is, right? That's a physical part of me, right? That has recorded the lineage that preceded me. So which one is which? Is that lineage a part of me or am I a part of that lineage? Oh, now you wouldn't know what's the question. Somebody rewind and type the questions in there. So you said here, right, that before their date of birth, they're not a person, right? So do you support abortion since, uh, you know, the 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 9 month old fetus, the 9 month old baby is not a person? And also, you only put the date of birth. What about after the date of expiration? Are they still a person? And if not, how are we speaking about them? With a name like Rasta, I don't think you're gonna be able to come back and say that you support abortion, but we wait. West Coast Watch says, since I can trace myself back to people before me and I can also trace myself to people after me, I have always existed and always will exist. Come on, Rasta. Hit the link or something. So you said abortion has nothing to do with this. Before my dad had sex with my mom, I didn't exist. This is simple. Okay, so when did you start existing? I don't know why this has nothing. So now we've backed it up because see, first you said before the date of birth. Now you're saying before your dad had sex with your mom. Now, first of all, right? Delicate topic. So I don't know why you brought that up. But I gotta ask you, right? Do you mean the time that you were conceived? Because your dad could have been having sex with your mom before that. I don't know. But you opened that door. So, brother, let's focus, Rasta. Let's focus, Rasta. Like I said, now you're backing up the clock. You've backed up the clock from before the date of birth to before your parents had sex. So is that what you're saying? No, I'm the one defining date of birth as 9 months. Okay. I mean, most people, for the definitions that I know, right? Date of birth is when the pregnancy is complete and the baby uh, swims out of the womb, right? So I'm saying, what are you defining it as? What are we doing? Like, let's get some hard definitions here because you know this is what I'm saying. Are we defining it because you're saying when your parents had sex? Is it when your parents had sex? Is it when uh, the sperm met the egg? Is it when the zygote attached to the uterus? Which ones? Oh, conception. See, that's what I'm saying. Now we're changing it again. Now we're changing it again to conception. I mean, look, Rasta. I said I always existed. You try to figure it out, and that's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying that you've got to peace. Yeah, you cut it up. Who's supposed to be coming in? Oh,
They told me, tell you.
Hey, look, that was a good question. Wise, I was talking, but look, I was just going to come back to that because Rasta, you present a lot of scientific things. So this is what I'm saying now. Uh, when are we defining humans? You're saying you existed before humans, right? So tell us who are humans and when they came into existence. Yeah, you go ahead and close it. You said modern anatomical humans are from 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. Now, here's the thing. Why'd you put all this other modern anatomical shit there? Pardon me, why'd you put this modern anatomical there before humans? Does that mean that there's some ancient unanatomical humans that was before 200 or 300 years ago? Oh, so there are archaic humans. So again, who are humans and when did they come into existence?
Just in case, God, the king property wise, you have to keep it.
All right. Well, hopefully you get back by 10.
Peace.
Peace. You said, are you asking me when did humans diverge from our earliest ancestors? What do you mean diverge? Do you mean that somehow our existence was, we existed inside of some other ancestors? Because die means two. So you name the earliest ancestors here. You say humans diverge from our earliest ancestors. You said, do I deny evolution? No, it appears that you're denying evolution. Because what you're saying is that only the present form of a thing is the only way that it could ever have existed. You, you said if that's the case, were there humans during the dinosaurs? Well, you've already said yourself that I'm not limiting my existence to the time of your modern anatomical humans. So, well, this is what I'm saying, Rasta, that human is just the body. Just as you defined it, right? Modern anatomical humans. That's just the body. See, there's not a life factory. Life can only come from life. And so if you're defining me as the human body, then you're gonna have some problems. But see, I see myself as the life that what's the word? Animates this body. No, you said you're a human body. Don't try to flip this. Now you're gonna ask me, so you were a human body, then what were you? What are you talking about? I just told you I'm life itself. You said, what is the life? Sounds like a soul. I mean, if that's what you want to call it, I don't use that kind of terminology, but I don't have a problem with, whatever you decide, I don't know you. So I don't know what kind of language you use. You know what I'm saying? You said, what is life that animates the body? It's me. Like right now, if you had various people in this room, right, I would still be me. You said, is it material a substance? Uh, Life is manifested in the material and substance of cells. Like the what do you call it? The healer cells from Henrietta Lack, where a cells live, they still alive. You said manifested through what is it? Life is a characteristic of the universe. Like, see you, I mean, now Once again, this is, you're trying to impose your philosophy onto me. See, I said I always existed. So see, you're trying to define life inside of a material box and then ask me, where was I before the box existed? You said you're trying to understand what life is by my definition. Well, I just told you life is a characteristic of the universe. Like if you ask me to define what light is, right, I can give you the definition of what a photon is and how it travels and how it manifests, how we see it. But ultimately, it's a characteristic of different reactions that happen in the universe. They give off heat and light. You said that's vague. Is life a substance? Is it physical? Well, I mean, look, I gave you a shot, Rasta. You know, you asked me why I hate your comment. I wasn't hiding for your comment, but it's clear that you know I mean, look, go ahead and give us your point of view then. Because I'm tired of answering your questions. I say characteristic of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Like getting things wet is characteristic of water. Sound coming out is characteristic of talking. I'm not exactly sure, but you appear to be disqualifying me, right? So what's the definition upon which you disqualifying me? You said sound waves are physical. What is that? What does that have to do with like I said, you go ahead, man. No, you're not trying to understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, see, and maybe that's the problem. Because I don't know you, I don't know who you are, I don't know how you think, then it's difficult. You can try to present an understanding to somebody, but you also got to know your audience. Like, see, I don't know if you may not be English might not be your primary language. And so maybe that's why you're not understanding what I'm saying. I don't know that, right? So what I'm asking you, right, is what are you saying? I'm saying before people existed on the planet, I don't think people existed. Nah, brother. No, you don't. No, you don't. Have to, like you said, you've been asking me questions for what, 2 weeks now? And now I'm saying before people existed on the planet, I don't think people existed. Okay, so let me ask you this question. How did people come to exist on the planet then? People evolve from lower forms. Okay, let's run with that. Let's run with that. Right? So, uh, when we talk about the process that you're talking about of evolution, right? What happened to those lower forms? Yeah, what happened? What happened to those lower forms? What I'm saying is, you're saying that people evolve from lower forms. I'm saying, where are those lower forms now? Like uh, a butterfly evolves from a caterpillar, right? At this point, once the caterpillar and the butterfly is the same being, right? But one is a lower form, it has less ability. So what I'm saying, right, is what happened to these lower forms that you're saying people develop from? Bro, do you just not want to answer the question? I just you know, you said, right? You say here, right, that people evolve from lower forms. You said we can start with our most recent answer. No. I asked you about how life came to be on the planet in the beginning. No, how would you say? Hold up. Let me go back to. Let me go back here to. You said here. You said, I'm saying before people existed on the planet, I don't think people existed. And my question is, how did people come to exist on the planet? So we're not talking about the most recent ancestor. We're talking about what you're talking about, right? These humans that have a birth record, right? That you're defining as 2 to 300,000 years, right? I'm asking you, how did those people come into existence? You said they evolved from lower forms, right? I'm saying that steel evolves from iron. We people are the catalysts or whatever, but it's, you can tell, okay, this is iron, and now this iron is a component within the steel. And see, what I'm going to ask you, right, is these lower forms, right? These lower forms of cells, aren't those cells components within our being right now? We have different cells in our body that have different abilities, different characteristics, and different jobs in the body, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're talking about evolution in the form of cells and organisms developing light sensitivity that became sight, et cetera, right? What I'm saying is, what happened to those lower forms? How are modern people right now related to those lower forms? You said we are because people began when we diverged from our most recent common ancestor. Now that's what you're saying. That's not because, see, we dealing with science now. We going with what you're saying, right? Let's just deal with the mainstream science. That's not the mainstream thing right now. What they're saying is that they can't define which one of these archaic humans or modern humans, right? They can't define when they became human. And what about the factor that some of these archaic humans is now said to be in the gene pool? So what you're saying right here doesn't coincide with the scientific, the scientist you're purporting to be. See, how many people, how old are you, Rasta? Because see, now you put this word or you put this 200-300. How many people remember when modern anatomical humans was, according to the scientific community, 60,000 years old? You said that's not the scientific consensus. They can't pinpoint one specific ancestor, but there's no doubt we evolved. So in other words, you don't know what you're talking about, but there's no doubt of what you're talking about. It's been at least 200,000 for the past 50,000 years? No, it hasn't. For the past 50 years? No, it hasn't. You said you can't pinpoint your earliest ancestor, but I don't believe I always did. But if you can't pinpoint him, how you do that? Well, you gotta. Okay, so tell us the books and textbooks from 50 years ago that said it was 200,000 years. Give us some books that we could look up that said 50 years ago, right? Publishing date 50 years ago, right? So we talking about shit 73. You said yeah, I want you to type the names. I want you to pull them off the shelf, right? I want you to tell us the names of the books and when they was published. First edition. You know, and if there's been revisions, let us know all that. Okay, so Rasta will be right back. You know. But you know, we kind of got sidetracked with it. But we got any questions out there, man, while we waiting on Rasta to come back with these scrolls. Well, let's you know, he said he'd be right back. He just went to go get the scrolls. You back yet? Man, you know what it is, West Coast wise? I don't know what it is. You like a lightning rod. Because I noticed that the other brother that made the video, the fire alarm video, that you and him had a much more uh, contentious exchange than me and him had, programmed by society. The 200,000, yeah, they've been pushing it back. See, what he's probably talking about is Lucy. Now, Lucy is in the millions of years, and that's from about 50 years ago. Yeah, I don't know how many millions, but I know she's in the millions of years, but she's not Homo sapien. Are you back? That's good. So, what you got for us? I don't know if y'all can see that up there on the screen. So, okay, you back. By the way, this that's up here, this is the Australian Museum. It's Australian Museum. I'm not familiar with the place. Okay, so you said Rasta so far, the earliest reference you have is 1989. Now listen, what I'm saying, Rasta, is this is about the time that this kind of stuff started becoming mainstream, 1983, whatever. This is the type of time when, see, like for instance, right, plate tectonics became the mainstream theory in the 1960s. But the idea have been around since at least the 1930s. So you got here, The Search for Humanity's Roots, a Symposium and Exposition. So this is one of the sources right here that Rasta had. You know, now look, Rasta, this is all I'm saying. You gotta remember, but look, here's the thing. I was born before 1983, Rasta. I started attending school before 1983, Rasta. So what I'm saying is that I remember things before that. See, you changed it now. Now it's 40 to 50 years. All I'm just saying is, look, we gotta, let's pick a lane and stay in it. You know, if you know, you picking this scientific lane, then you gotta stick to only those things that's based on, you can't, see, you can only deal with deductive reasoning, which is nothing wrong with deductive reasoning, but I'm saying that's what you're limited to. Okay, if you can find older references, but is The Search for Humanity's Roots, a Symposium and Exposition, is that a textbook? And if it is, what level? See, because let me tell you something. You see how right now you still got people arguing over, climate change and all of that? When I was in like the 5th or the 6th grade, that's when they first was talking about there was a hole in the ozone layer. And it was gonna, have all these disastrous effects on the world. And one of the big things they was talking about then was aerosol spray cans. They were saying that there was some chemical in there that was affecting the ozone layer. Back in the days, those cans that we used to play with it, where you light a lighter and you spray the thing in the flame, that kind of cans. You see? But it wasn't mainstream. It was something that we was learning about that, yeah, the knowledge of that existed, but it wasn't like it is now. So you gotta remember, look, you the one that brought it up, the things that we know, the science and the history is evolving too. So let's see something here. Let's look this book up. This is, what does it say? Search for Humanity's Roots. Okay. Symposium Exposition. Okay, I don't see this book. I see an individual here who's speaking on this. Zer, 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 Zeresine Alam Seged appears to have given some TED Talks under this topic. Let's see. Oh, click books. Okay, here we go. Uh, well, let's check it out here. Let's check it out here on your behalf, Rasta Rasta. Uh, is this the publication that you're speaking on right here? Herbert C. Kraft and Gabriel DeChico? Now, this doesn't look like something that was in normal rotation. Its publisher is Seton Hall University. You know, I don't know if everybody's familiar, but that is a right. Edward Green knows what I'm talking about. That was when Earth Day actually has been around from the 70s, I think. That was like some hippie stuff. But that was when Earth Day got popular. It was after they started talking about the ozone layer. But yeah, Seton Hall is is known as a good school. This is not like this is not like a Trump University type thing here. You see what I'm saying? So and it says published 1983. Now you don't see the specific parts that he's saying to coincide with what he's saying, but I mean, there's that. You said science updates itself to the best available evidence. Are you saying there is no evidence of humans evolving from non-human animals? Okay, no, what I'm saying here, right, is step your game up. You need more. You what you have to do, not me. What you have to do is wait for more available evidence. Yeah, it looks like a commentary. You're right. It doesn't. This doesn't per se look like a book, uh, because well, it says get book. Well, let's try this. Let's click on the Amazon link, and perhaps. Okay, there we go. This is clearly not a book. So it says out of print, limited availability. Okay, now why would that be? I'm asking. I don't know, right? But I'm just saying that. Okay, uh, is there a way? I wish Encyclopedia Brown was here. Is there a way for us to find out? Is there a way for us to find out how many times this book has been referenced in other accepted material? Because if it's out of print, Rasta, you need evidence for everything. They look, like right now, you're saying that humans are 200 to 300 years, right? Now look, uh, you know, what happens when they find some other bones? And those bones is 450,000 or 500,000 years old. Like, what you and this is not you're not wrong about what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this though, is that what you have to the scientific method, right, is going to get things wrong. And that's one of the reasons why the scientific method is designed for you to keep questioning and testing your hypotheses and theories. Right? I'm not exactly, I know we're talking about history, right? But you're still scientific about how you research it. So what I'm saying is that you're the type of person that you're saying, how you can you prove that I have a heart? You can only go by, you've read in certain books and you're looking at me and you're assuming that all the people on the planet is human and all go according to the same laws of life. But you're the type of person that you got to wait until I die in the autopsy and then you see the heart and you say, yeah. You said we're not going to find humans during the Mesozoic era. Isn't it more accurate for you to say we have not found humans during the Mesozoic era? Because just like there's animals, right? There was some kind of fish that they found like in the last maybe 20 years that they thought went extinct. But until they found a specimen and had evidence for it, science could not say that it existed, even if there was people that suspected. All they could say is the last time we saw it in the fossil record coincides with this time. See, if we're going to speak like that, we got to speak exact. So hold on, let me look. What did you say is lower on the page? See, I don't got Amazon, so you might be seeing something. You might be seeing something that I can't see. But all I see here is the book. It says over here, it says unknown binding, out of print, limited availability. Well, let's try. Let's see if we can look up Herbert C. Kraft and see what he's about. Okay, so this is just Wikipedia here. Okay, so it says here, how do we make this bigger? He appears to have a significant amount of work here, but it appears that uh, his work was on American Indians. Mostly it's he's in New Jersey, Delaware, up in Delaware Valley, Sussex County, Delaware Indians, Lenape Indians. That's all in New York, Hudson Valley. So with I'm just these things that you're speaking on. These studies is from Ethiopia in East Africa in terms of the 200, 300,000 years. But let's read up. Let's see what's going on. So it says Herbert Clemens Craft, 1927 to 2000, was an archaeologist from New Jersey specializing in prehistory. He wrote numerous books about archaeology in New Jersey, the Lenape and Paleo Indians of New Jersey, as well as over 170 articles in his career. Craft was born in Elizabeth, New Jersey in 1927. He graduated from Seton Hall University in 1950 and finished his graduate work at Seton Hall in 1961 and at Hunter College in 1969 with degrees in history and anthropology, respectively. Craft later became a professor of anthropology at Seton Hall. He participated in numerous excavations, keeping meticulous notes with details on each site. Those notes were instrumental in documenting and cataloging the collections of Herbert Craft cultivated while a faculty member of Seton Hall University and comprised the university's museum collection, which Craft named the Seton Hall University Museum of Anthropology and Archaeology, which includes over 26,000 objects. The museum collection includes objects produced from archaeological digs in Lenape lands in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and northern Delaware. Other Native American cultures are also represented in the collection, including the Aleut peoples of the Aleutian Islands of Alaska and Russia, as well as Navajo, Hopi, Pima, and Paiute artifacts. Included in the collection is a large display of pottery from the American Southwest and a large collection of moccasins, as well as figurines, tobacco pipes, musical instruments, and weapons. Other objects in the collections include a smaller amount of Chinese, Japanese, West African, Greco-Roman, and Byzantine artifacts. Craft died of cancer on October 31st, 2000, at the age of 73. I mean, it does say Paleo Indians, right? But, when we're talking about Paleo Indians, we're not talking about this time range that you're talking about here, right? So we're talking about Paleo Indians or Paleo Americans were the first peoples who entered and subsequently inhabited the Americas during the final glacial episodes of the late Pleistocene period. The prefix paleo comes from the ancient Greek adjective paleos, meaning old or ancient. The term Paleo Indians applies specifically to the lithic periods in the Western Hemisphere and is distinct from the term Paleolithic, which is exactly what I wanted to see right there. Is that this paleo, right? Here we're not talking about these time ranges that you're talking about. We're talking about, it says here, the oldest range we're talking about is 45,000 BCE, right? 47,000 years ago. So, I mean, what page in this book does it speak on what you're saying? Where's Encyclopedia Brown when you need it? Can we get what page you got that from? See, I'll tell y'all something though, right? That roster. This is a lesson that everybody should learn from. See, you will be challenged. You will be challenged. You know, rather people look at this, right, and think I don't know what I'm talking about, but think he don't know what he's talking about, right? At the end of the day, you will be challenged. You know, if you're saying that you got it, that's gonna happen. You know, so like I said, be careful of the way, you know, you out there, you trying to force this knowledge on people. Rasta is out there waiting with a sword. Rasta tried to jump out and get me. Okay, Rasta, I got a question. Depending on how you answer this question, I'm gonna have to cut you off. Do you have dreads? Do you have dreadlocks? You got locks? Rasta? See what it is that this the book is so rare that I can't really find anything on it. Hey man, who knows? But so look, regular scheduled programming. You know, we I don't know. This week was, I don't know what it was, man. Like I said, I had to Sunday night I had a little extra things I had to do, and I guess that threw the week off. Who knows? You know what I mean? But look, shout out to you, Rasta. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I don't know if you want to click like and subscribe, but you're welcome to. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? We got any other questions out there before we wind this one down? So Rasta said on page 13 of this book, it and what's the gist? It mentions, it gives, what is the, like, there's just a mention of it, or is there something presented on page 13 that is definitive evidence of humans being 200,000 years old? Or is this an assertion being made on that page? Okay, so he's quoting the figure and saying it's the consensus. All right. Pretty much that's what I said it was. But yeah, anybody else got any questions out there? I think I don't know if you got anything else you want to ask Rasta. You see, the answer is not in these books and figures. The answer is in our mentality. No, you can't get no definition from me because you didn't answer any questions. You didn't answer any questions. See, first of all, there's some basic ideas that's manifested in the universe that don't, you can only define them as characteristics of the universe. Like, what is space? I'm not talking about outer space. I'm talking about space. This thing right here that's in front of you, what is it? What is length? Define time for me. Define time. Yeah, I'm asking you. Define length. You said time is a concept that represents the progression of events from the past to present to future. Okay, yeah, what is that? Past, present, and future. Bro, why do I ask you questions and then you ask me if I'm asking you that question? Can you define past, present, and future? So you said the past refers to a period of time that has already occurred. So you see what you did there? Do you see what you did there? You use the past to define time, and then you use time to define the past. Remember that? See, let me tell you something. I've been in physics class, and I've been in English class. You're not supposed to use a word to define the word. So in other words, let's go then. I'm not going to say you can't define it, right? I'm not going to say you can't define it, but no, we ain't accepting that. They're related. We're not talking about what's related. You didn't say it's related. You said it represents the progression of events from past to present to future. The past is something that already happened. Okay, defined already happened. Because the only way you can define already happened is by using time. So I'm saying that, what's my point is to illustrate that there's some basic properties of the universe that gravity, there's some basic concepts of the universe, right, that science cannot define them, science do not know where they come from, and science cannot reproduce them. Life is one of them. Now, we know the impact that it's having on reality. We know that exists because of the impact that it's having on reality. But see, this is what I'm saying. Don't come on here and disqualify me, right? Based on something that you're unqualified to do. You say, can science define life? Can it? See, you keep asking which question you haven't answered. I've been asking you to define life for an hour. What's my point? My point is that you come on here talking like a scientist, and then when I ask you some scientific questions, now you're going to ask me if I've been asking you to define life. What is this stalling tactics or something? See, I don't like this. See, now, what are you doing? No, I didn't ask you what I said. I asked you to define life. Then you said, can science define life? Then you asked if I've been asking you to define life. And then you want to repeat what I said. Look, Rasta. Women don't like trolling. I'm just telling you. You know, I don't know what your life is like, but I'm just telling you that if you're having any issues, right? If you stop, if you stop this trolling, right, it'd probably be easier for you. You know, like if you don't have a definition for life, just say that. But you've done everything except answer the question. And then you ask which question you didn't answer. You know, one that look, I didn't go into that because we was going other places. Remember a while ago when you asked me if people lived during this time of dinosaurs. According to modern science, yes, because birds are dinosaurs. You said, come on, bro. I asked you to explain how you always existed and you couldn't. Life was your vague explanation, not mine. Okay, that's how you felt about it, right? You felt that was a vague explanation that was not adequate. Peace. Defining. Now it's okay, you're listening. Now, see, here you come in with more questions, and you still haven't told us what life is. Okay, now you're getting funny. But I'm gonna give you one more chance to give me a definition of life, and then I'm gonna kick you off. I'm not hiding from you, but I'm gonna kick you off. You know, you said, "Oh yeah, the question right here on the screen. Look, he's not. See, remember we dealt with the other day, right? You got the holder of the key and the keeper of the lock. The keeper of the lock always has questions. They never have the answers because they're not the holder of the key. He says cellular organization, homeostasis, metabolism, heredity, response to stimuli, growth and development, reproduction equal life. No, 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 no. Those are things that life forms do. Those are things that are evidence of life. But how do you reach a state of homeostasis without already being a point of homeostasis as a life form without already being life? How do you how do you inherit life? Where else you inherit life from except life? That's the scientific definition of life. Let me tell you something about the scientific definition of life, right? Did you know that in damn near every state, in every country, they got a different definition of when a motherfucker is alive and when they dead? Everything that's alive don't have all these uh, uh, characteristics right here that you're saying. And how do you have a metabolism without already being alive? Which means you're engaging in the activities of life. You said, was that a plus degree? Someone specific? What was what a plus degree? You said you're not familiar with the scientific definition of life? Bro, that's not the scientific definition of life. That is what is observed about a thing. These are the characteristics that make them categorize something as being alive. So if you're looking at something like the coral reefs, right? The coral reefs, when you're looking at them with the naked eye, they don't look alive. So just like with oxygen, you can't detect it with the naked eye. You have to have uh, other means and instruments, right, to measure it. And so you can measure these things right here. But there's not one thing. You said, Google it. I challenge you, do it now. If you prove me wrong, I'll recant. I mean, you get at the straw man shit. What I ask you is to prove that any of those things exist before life. Or are those uh, properties and activities of things that are alive? I'm trying to bring this up here because I'm looking at how do I enlarge this? Because it didn't say any of the shit you said. Where'd you get that definition? Where'd you get that definition? Because you asked me to Google it. And the very first thing that came up on Google don't say what you said. Said from college. Now, this here says life is a noun. Plural noun is lives. So it says, one, the condition that distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter, including the capacity for growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continual change preceding death. Things that are alive can continue to change after death. So not sure about that. Living things in their activity. So as I said, right, the condition has to exist, right, before the capacities for the growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continual change, right? Two, it says the existence of an individual human being or animal, a particular type or aspect of people's existence, either of the two states of a person's existence separated by death, as in Christianity and some other religions, any number of successive existences in which a soul is held to be reincarnated, a chance to live after narrowly escaping death, the period between birth and death of a living thing, the period during which something inanimate or abstract continues to exist, function, or be valid, vitality, vigor, or energy. But okay, that's we ran the list. Yeah, I said I am life, right? And according to this, okay, so I have to put scientific. So I have to put. Wait a minute. Let's go with what you said, right? Because first you just said Google it, and I Googled it and it didn't say what you said. So with this, we got we have I guess we have the National Institutes of Health here. We have, let's see. Oh. According to the National Institute of Health, it says many traditional biological concepts continue to be debated by biologists, scientists, and philosophers of science. The specific objective of this brief reflection is to offer an alternative vision to the definition of life, taking as a starting point the traits common to all living beings. Thus, I define life as a process that takes place in highly organized organic structures and is characterized by being pre-programmed, interactive, adaptive, and evolutionary. If life is the process, living beings are the system in which this process takes place. You know, I mean, this would, Rasta, this would tend to agree with what I was saying, that life is not the body. I mean, this is not what you. This is so. I guess let's go someplace else because this is not. You said prove you wrong, but I'm gonna look. Let's not jump the gun. So let's go to. This is Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Oh, this is where you got. This is where you went. Why don't you just say go to Encyclopedia Britannica, right? You see, you left some stuff out here. This is come on, Rasta. You're fucking with the Christ. You left some stuff out here. It says life, living matter, and as such, matter that shows certain attributes that include responsiveness, growth, metabolism, energy transformation, and reproduction. Okay, you got to tell us, where'd you get your definition? Where'd you get your definition? Where'd you get your definition, man? No, it's not exactly what I said. You left off. Let me go back and tell you where you left off. You left off where it says living matter and as such, matter that shows certain attributes, which is what I said. That something has to have life, and then these properties and characteristics, attributes are things that life shows or that we can use to show that is life. Do you see? Listen, now you out of here. Now you out of here. We don't need to discuss this no more because you play games. This is whatever happened in your comment. This is why. This is why. What grade you went to, Rasta? No, Rasta, it was right there in black and white. Everybody heard it. Hey, look, it's on audio and videotape. I don't give a fuck about what you talking about, who's right and who's wrong. Let the crowd keep score. Kasib Shah. Bro, we just looked up 3 different definitions of life. And they all coincided with what I said. You know, anybody who doesn't think that coincided with what I said, right? Type 1 in the box. Anybody who doesn't see that life comes first, and then that list of things that Rasta is talking about comes after. And so far, Rasta, you appear to be by yourself. you asked what is life, and you defined it. It's like you defining uh, 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 a lion as a zebra eater. Like, does a lion eat zebras? Yeah. But one of the reasons a lion eats zebras is because he is a lion. If he was less than a lion, he probably couldn't even take a zebra down. See, we got a simple concept in this nation, Rasta Rasta. I don't know how familiar you are with this, but it's called knowledge and wisdom. One always comes before two. That's the way we look at everything in the world. That one always comes before two. So see, all these things that you naming is activities. Like when you say growth and all these, those are activities. Whether they're voluntary or involuntary, they're activities. How do you have an activity before you have a subject to be producing that activity? But like I said, you done. So yeah, we got any other questions, man? Because y'all know it's about that time for me. It's about that time. And look, it was fun though. It was fun. It's been how they say it's been real. You hear what Rasta said? Rasta said, am I matter or life? Somebody else tell him. Somebody else tell him. See, Rasta, you gotta, see, water seeps its level. Harmony, equality. Harmony, equality. Why didn't y'all tell me about the new way of fasting? If y'all would have told me about the new way of fasting, like, I walked into the room, right? And the brother was writing down the supreme mathematics. And that was, I had been around the guys for years by that time. I just see them talking, but I never knew what they was talking about until I saw the supreme mathematics. Like, I was around them talking it, but it didn't click until I saw the whole thing like that. And then the brother explained it to me. He's like, oh, this is what y'all was talking about. And just see, if y'all would have, if instead of supreme mathematics, he was writing down that, look, to do this, you gotta handle tiger nets. I would have went back to class. I would stop being around. And I could have been president of the United States, but instead, because y'all wasn't on your job, now I got to deal with Rasta. Now I got to deal with Rasta. I could have been president of the fucking United States, man. I could have been an astrophysicist, man. Anything. So Rasta said, matter is the substance making physical objects, while energy is the capacity to bring about change or do work. So, and you're asking me which one of those I am. You're asking me which one of those I am. You see what you relegated me to in life, harmony, equality. You see, this is the type of, you know. So wait, should we ask him about protons, neutrons, and electrons, right? Which is all energy manifestations. How are those the main components of an atom, which is matter? Can you explain that? And why, if you stick your finger in an electric socket, you feel that energy physically? Tell me why that is. He said, was I asked the question I was typing? You see, that's what I see. What they got to see this level, man. No, I'm not repeating the question because you don't answer the question anyway. We just, we'll all register that non-answer, right? We'll just add that on with all your other non-answers tonight. With all your other non-answers. No, you didn't answer. You didn't answer all the questions. Not at all. And on top of that, you didn't have any of your own answers. Like you came on to challenge, and then you had to go to the dictionary to get your answers. Which I mean, it's not for you to get the proper dictionary answer. I can understand that too. What did you miss? You missed the proper knowledge of yourself. I asked you a while ago, Rasta, do you have dreadlocks? Did you ever answer that? You said if you went to school, that's a basic explanation of life. Yeah, I'm fairly sure, just judging by hearing you talk right now, that I went to a little bit more school than you. Now, I just want to know if you got dreads because a lot of the things you're saying tonight don't make sense. So I was just wondering, with the name Rasta, you better at least have some dreads or something. And if you didn't have dreads, like that would be the final straw. My highest grade level, uh, third year college. See, not only that, right? But I went to school for science and mathematics. My major was engineering, civil engineering. See now, look, is everybody else is he kind of telling the rest of y'all that I went to more school than him too? But like now we got to go from the highest grade level to the major. I had courses in biology and chemistry, absolutely. Well, actually, in high school, but in college, uh, I didn't. I was doing physics, so it was physics and chemistry. You said, but I did not ever lose. Now, bro, let's get back to who went to the most school first. Let's one at a time. We're gonna answer that right after we discuss what was your highest grade level and what was your major. Then we get right to that right there. Harmony, equality, what's going on here? This is what happened because y'all failed to save me. See, this is what y'all could have saved me from by just telling me straight up what this thing was about. But I do got a question, right? You know, I was thinking harmony equality is that uh, I should be able to be grandfathered in. You know what I'm saying? Talk to the brothers. Talk to the brothers. Look, just like I talked to Elijah Muhammad for you, make sure you got a nice seat on the mothership. Talk to the brothers, see if I could be grandfathered in as a 5%, even though I didn't fast. I didn't fast the proper way. Okay, now did anybody hear me ask Rasta a couple of minutes ago, what was the highest grade he went to and what was his major? I just want to listen. I want the next time Rasta asks which question he didn't answer, I want everybody to type that in the box. What was the highest grade you went to and what was your major? Divine said, I didn't know that you could separate matter from life. Actually, you know that either. So you said I have a BS in environmental science and a BS in biomedical engineering. And so this means nah. See, you call me quiet. That's what I'm saying. I need to be, I need to be grandfathered in, and then I need the exemption. I need the exemption from having to handle tiger nets. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So yeah, environmental science. What is that? Because how old are you? Because they got majors like this now. My own kids, they went to college and major. I don't know what that is. There was a young brother here the other day. He said he majored in urban planning or something. I don't even know what that stuff is. He said, "Have I tried?" No, I don't want to be on the same side of the Mississippi with tiger nets. What is this? You keep asking me if I can play all in all. What's that? But yeah, while we minding this down, I did, you know, Rasta said, I asked, was this a cult of vagueness one time? So now you said more than one time. You spoke about us being a cult more than one time, at least twice. But you still haven't told us what environmental, what is this here? Environmental science. What's that? What does that qualify you to do? Let's look that up. So this is from Columbia University. I don't know if this is where you. I don't know if this is where you. No, you said it. You said it at least twice. You said the song by the guy Poetic Life. Who is who is Poetic Life? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. And He said something about. I know the jump off you're talking about. But so this here from Columbia University says the major in environmental science focuses on the interaction between Earth's physical environment and the biosphere, on anthropogenic processes like pollution, global climate change, and on environmental remediation. So you like work for the EPA or something? Equality said environmental science is an interdisciplinary academic field that integrates physics, biology, and geography to the study of the environment and the solution of environmental problems. Environmental science emerged from the fields of natural history and medicine during the Enlightenment. What Enlightenment? You talking about the 1700s? No, that's not. That's the Renaissance. Enlightenment. Hmm. So I would say much like you asked me, right? You asked me about my experience with biology and chemistry, and I got to ask you about your experience with physics. And even some with geography. Uh, in relation to the creation and characteristics and performance of matter and energy. Nah, don't use me. Now you're gonna say the host is talking. You ain't listening to what I'm saying. So you said you work in research for a hospital. Okay, now look, I'm gonna tell you something. These kinds of things, this type of profession, it's telling me a little bit where okay, I'm starting to see why you have the point of view. Now that you told me that, right? I don't think you're crazy no more. I will say this, right? See, your majors, right? They give y'all a much more margin for error. Like, see, civil engineering, right? That's building bridges and buildings and stuff like that, right? Now, if you build a bridge, right? Let's say you build 10 bridges, right? Let's say you build 100 bridges and one of them fall down. You're a bad engineer. But you could have 100 patients in medicine and all of them die. Depending on what you're dealing with, right? If you work in the cancer department, every single one of your patients could die. And you can still be looked at as a good doctor. to see the margin for error there, is a little bit different. Maybe that's, but see, he's a good example of what I was saying the whole time. See, his mind, right? His mentality is developed in a certain environment. The academic, environment, the medical community, et cetera, et cetera. So his mindset is developed a certain way, where these things in the world are true. These things in the world is what he's lived out. But I would actually look, now that that's out the open, right? So what is your interest? What is your interest in me and what I'm talking about? Rasta, that's a direct question. What is your interest in me and what I'm talking about? See, I'm gonna tell you what else, Rasta. I'm gonna tell you something about me that maybe you didn't know, but I got two daughters with master's degrees in this kind of medical stuff that you do. My youngest daughter, she just graduated with and look, that's something we're gonna discuss that. I don't know if I gotta disown her. But my daughter, she does something where she isolates DNA and RNA and all that. Don't ask me why she would start doing something like that, you know. But there's that. So I'm just saying that I have these kinds of conversations. I have these kinds of conversations that where you talking. I have these conversations on the record. This specific. Rasta, what happened? The boss caught you. The boss caught you lollygagging on YouTube. Why you supposed to be? Why you supposed to be handling whatever chemicals down there and you're doing with the research. By the way, what are you researching? Well, you in some top secret Illuminati program where you can't tell us. I guess Rasta. Checked out on this. Would you say here because she watched Planet of the Apes, the movie Splice? Nah, I mean, I don't know if she saw Planet of the Apes. I don't think I saw Splice. You know, I don't know what is. But look, I already told her. I'm gonna put her resume on the screen so y'all can see it for yourself, man. She's Illuminati. Well, at any rate, Harmony Quality said usually you are not allowed to take your phone in the lab. Wow. Wow. You know, I mean, you know, what you have to say? What you have to say about that? You know, you're at work with your phone in the in the laboratory, or are you using? Don't tell me that you're on YouTube on the computer that's supposed to be analyzing the data. You got the data running in the background while you trolling on YouTube. That's what you're doing. I'm asking. The newer Planets of the Ape has a black doctor named Jacob. He was in charge of grafting the apes. Yeah, now the last Planet of the Apes I saw is when they came across the George Washington Bridge and started getting busy. And they ran in the forest. Did he explain how we caught? No, he didn't explain. Ooh, that was a heavy shot right there, Edward Green. Edward Green. That was a that was right to the solar plexus right there. That was right to the solar plexus. And look, I keep saying it. I don't know why I keep getting caught up with this guy. But you know, he came on like this for the people, for people that don't know how to start it. Listen, we was building. You get listen, we was dealing with truth and set and season, right? And I was building this thing up, right? And when we completed, right, we was gonna end up at today's degree in the supreme alphabet. We was gonna go from truth and season, right, to right now. What season is this? And what causes that? What causes the seasons to change? Because we had discussed that, the seasons is not just the winter, fall, because, that season, right? You also dealing with the environment. It's all levels of the environment because you got some things, right? That, okay, it's the winter season, so you can't grow certain things, but you might can grow pumpkins, certain uh, fall crops or whatever, right? That you could grow depending on what environment you in and where you at. And we was just gonna deal with the science of, you being, in control of what is going on around you right now, whether it's through preparations that you made in the past, you know what I'm saying? Or rather it's through you manifesting some type of power right here in the present to show forth and prove your quality. You understand what I'm saying? So that was where we was going. Truth in season, and we just started out by saying that the season is the environment, and the truth is a seed that you're going to plant in that environment. You know what I'm saying? And we discussed about how, you don't want to be doing the wrong thing. You don't want to be lying. And then your excuse is that, well, the truth wasn't in season. That's not what it means. It means that that environment, right, is not conducive for life to manifest from that seed of truth that you plant. And then we went on a little wild ride. The brother came in, like I said, and his first question to me is, why did I hide his comment? Because me and him had been going back and forth. Because in one of the live streams before, right, I said that the original man always existed. And so, he had a challenge for that. And, y'all have seen us play out, somewhat. Personally, like I said, now that I know, who he is, what he's about, at least a little bit, that's a good example of it. I would like to, if we was face to face, right, with pen and paper, then this little back and forth, I think, could be more productive. You know what I'm saying? But, wherever he is, whether he's really in the laboratory or not, you know what I'm saying, that remains to be seen. So at the end of the day, I guess we'll give one last call here. We got any last questions before we wind this one down? I guess the lesson for the day is that look, somewhere down the line, you're gonna be challenged on the things you say, right? And you're gonna have to show and prove. It could be like this is so I could have avoided that. I could have just deleted him off the whistle, right? But that wouldn't, that would stop that challenge. Wait, whoa. How the hell did Rikers just come up? But yeah, like I said, you could try to avoid that challenge, but you're not gonna avoid being challenged, right, on who you say you are and what you say you do. You said, why are you 5% and so mean? Did something that would be categorized as mean happen today? I mean, I don't know if the 5% is to be mean myself. So you would have to elaborate on what you mean there. But why'd you bring up records? Like, that's one of the things. Hey, whoa. You said, how do we strengthen Parliament? Where was she located? You in the island? Yeah, she's not on Rikers. She in DC, she said. Put him on the hot seat. He put me on the hot seat. What are you talking about? How was he on the hot seat? But when you say, how do we strengthen Parliament, right? Strengthen how? Like I'm saying, you mean what's going on there? Numbers? Like, what do you mean? Said that's how you 5%ers of me. You didn't believe anything he was saying. Y'all had to come with y'all white man science. I mean, no, he wanted, that's what he wanted to deal with. So that's what I'm saying. Look, let's don't talk about the degrees. Let's don't talk about the degrees. Let's deal with this, whatever it is you're talking about. I did. Oh yeah. Well, he counted 8 environments. That was another thing. If you just coming on, you missed, right? Uh, we were speaking about the different seasons, right? Being different environments, and then how many different environments is mentioned in 120. You see what I'm saying? Like you got hills and mountains, deserts, jungles, wilderness, useful land, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? So the guy came back with 8. You know, there's some here that actually came back with 7. There's some here that I would add on. I would put a couple more environments, but he's got wilderness, useful land, caves, deserts, jungles, lakes and rivers, hills and mountains. But that's, he came up with that real quick. We ain't sit down and go through it fine tooth comb. But this is we this is how we play. So Prince Powerful says strengthen the parliament in building, getting things done in the nation to continue building, putting things in motion, dealing in the now and not 20 years ago. Uh, Participation. There's no, at the end of the day, right? There's nothing that we can call on. Like our teachers is our teachers, right? the black man is God. So, it's not going to be an answer outside of ourselves. Like, yo, we could hit this button right here, and then it's going to be that. It really just comes down to participation on every level. This brother, positive influence. I just heard about positive the other day too. He's not doing as good as I would want him to be doing. But one thing he told me when I was a young brother, I don't even think I knew 120. He said, the law school is anywhere where somebody got the knowledge of themselves and they ain't scared to speak on it. So what that's saying is that that's on every level. See, a lot of what goes on at the parliament, right, starts with what's going on out there in the street. See, the parliament happens one time a month. Each individual, there's, many parliaments around the nation or whatever, but the parliament happens once a month. You see what I'm saying? Whereas we are here 31 days a month. And so, see, it's the young brothers. The young brothers is responsible for some things too. You understand what I'm saying? I looked at it myself like that. When I was a young brother, and I'm saying, like, when I would get into, a heated discussion with an older brother, that would, they would always come with the, we this and that, and that will always be my comeback. Is that y'all might go in front of the rally and run your mouth, but I'm the one that's filling up the seats. See, I'm the one that got the front of, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about my high school, not this school. I'm the one that got the front of the school back. Not just me solo, but I'm saying the young brothers, we the ones out there that's putting in the pain. So, it's all that participation on every level. You know what I'm saying? It's all that energy. You see what I mean? That, that energy that existed where brothers could say, yo, look, we calling on y'all for this. Whatever it is, the school had a fire. Look, we need the young guys to come through and help with the rebuild. Not saying that those brothers couldn't have got it done or whatever, but we was a part of that. So it's the same thing. All of these, the ideas, the energy, all those things that we say exist within the original man, in order to access that, it's got to be participation. He said, would I have time to build at the God hour with different gods and herbs? That's pretty much what this is. an environment, looking at this list, I know this is moving, but another environment I would put on here? I tell you another environment I would put on here. Patmos. I would put Patmos on here as another environment. So you're saying on a Zoom call? I mean, now look, I do 2 days. I do 2 days. $114.98. What's that, a score or something? The Knicks just won 114.98. That's what you're saying? Celtics won. What you bringing that up for? You see? Oh, so now you gotta add that one. Hey, listen, let me tell you something. When it comes to sports, shout out to my brothers out there in Black Medina. But when it comes to sports, fuck bastard. You said you asked because I didn't have the opportunity to go to the conference in Queen City. Uh, I mean, well, what first of all, I didn't know what was going on. I spoke to the guys. Uh, but what would I have added on to the conference? But that's 2 strikes from inequality. First you and your team got kicked me out of the 5% over incorrect fasting, and then you do this Nick slander. 2 strikes. This is like this is anti-Nixism. This is anti-Nixism right here. You're an anti-Nixite. You know what I'm saying? Prince Powerful, yeah, knowledge, but I'm saying on what in particular, like what was the conference about? What was the conference about? Yeah, okay, see now harmony equality, you're gonna say you like the Knicks. Now look, I'm gonna tell you something. You can't see when we talk about the Knicks, right? We can only speak amongst ourselves. You can't speak, you see these other people they don't understand. But yeah, I'm saying because that was kind of, I didn't know what the summit was about. You know, like I consider like people was asking me, you going? I was like, yeah, I mean, what they gonna what is I heard it's supposed to be, and it's supposed to be some kind of cause, supposed to have been some type of like cause extending from that like they were supposed to continue that on from what I understood somehow. Like is there not already like some type of Zoom calls uh that's a lot dealing with the people who was there? Hmm. Said, have you ever looked at the 23 scientists as 23 sciences in the culture degree in 114? Okay, no. First of all, but what there's 23 sciences in the culture degree in the 114? I'm trying to, I mean, well, you got biology is there. Uh, there's history is there. Uh, I mean, there's different things. You talking about like the studying caves. That's a science. That's an ology. You're saying it's 23 ologies in the culture degree in 114? So Prince Powerful. So that's the call you're talking about. The call where the call that is extended from there. Because I talked to Born Reality in King Wise. And Divine Prince, but I talked to him up here, but he was there. That's how I found out that it was caused from there. But let me tell you something. Zoom is like some kind of new thing now. But you got, ciphers that just go down on Zoom, group chats, group calls, all of this, and I'm rarely invited. This one, I don't know why not, but I'm rarely invited to any of these stakeholder meetings. He says there's not 23 scientists, but when breaking down each scientist as it relates to each specific science, so you're saying the like the history that each scientist lived out, you're saying? All right, now, see, that's dangerous because the stories of the 23 scientists go a little bit all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So the 23 scientists, at the end of the day, right, is used to explain history that that happened before, and people might not even look at it. People might not even know. You see what I'm saying? But see, when my grandfather decided to leave South Carolina and come to New York, he's one of 23 scientists. See, he came and brought about a change that everybody had to deal with that after that. You know what I'm saying? Like my father, he first was born down there, but by the time he's 2, he's up here. You know what I'm saying? So the accent that we speak with, me getting the knowledge, at the time and the place when I did, that is, y'all don't know him. You see what I'm saying? And there's lots of things like that. But see, when you start dealing with the 23 scientists as one group of people, right? That existed in one singular year one, right? Some of them is responsible for things that didn't happen in this Quran. They see one of the 23 scientists separated the earth from the moon, right? That ain't happened in the 1 year one. You see what I'm saying? So we don't want to totally discount the science of the 23 scientists because, like I said, there's meaning to it. You know what I'm saying? But as you wasn't here in those days, but for me, right? the 23 scientists is the 23 chromosomes, right? That the male is adding on, and the 23 million square miles is the 23 chromosomes that the woman is adding. You know, those predictors, those predictors of history that's coming, right? History that got to be lived out, but we don't see them. We don't, you can't read a person's DNA code. What is their 23 chromosomes? You know what I'm saying? But that is predictive of what's manifest through arm, leg, arm, head. So yeah, I've been trying to get off of here for 2 hours. Y'all, y'all ain't getting good like this. See, it's a good thing. See, before I came on, I got my food already. Because y'all know we'd have been out of here. We'd have been out of here at 9:40 if I still had to go to the supermarket. Since I handled that, we good. But we got I think we had enough for the day. But in terms of but see, this is what I'm saying. Harmony, quality is. I ate salad yesterday. I think that's might have been the only thing I ate yesterday was salad. But yeah, I see what you're saying there. Heaven and hell adding to environments that we in. Uh, I mean, I guess y'all got to make the meeting. Y'all got to make the meeting a little more. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, like I said, I know because I build with certain people. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but ultimately, I'm saying, like, see, with situations like that, right? I don't like pep talking. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of, I could come and say, well, look, these things right here in terms of certain things of the structure of things and all of that, right? But you need people with specific knowledge, right, of specific endeavors. And so, see, a lot of times what you're saying, like as young brothers, like, yeah, I might could help them coordinate something. You see what I'm saying? But the talents and the uh, abilities, the skills that they required, really, they gotta exercise that. But I'll say this though, Prince Powerful, it is something coming. You know what I'm saying? And in terms of the regional growth and development, I do think it's something that needs to be done. And uh, it's one of them things that the regions is a reality now. It's been around for so long that probably most people in this live, y'all got the knowledge, that you're from this region. Like that's a part of you getting the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Like in New York, what borough you be in or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so it's a reality. You know what I mean? But when I first heard that it was going to be these regions, the first thing that hit me was, we're going to be dealing with separation. You know what I'm saying? Like we supposed to be one thing. And, I could already tell that, look, if we split into this region thing, then, within some period of time, people going to be kind of operating on their own. You know what I'm saying? And then it was like, even as it's, coming out and it's being implemented, I'm the whole time I was wondering, okay, well, what's the federation? You know what I mean? Like you got the 50 states, right? And then you got the federation, right, of the United States government and the Constitution that ties them all together, right? Otherwise, a state like Montana doesn't really have a whole lot in common with a state like Florida. So, just in general, you know what I'm saying? I built with some of the brothers that, they came up with the idea and was instrumental in implementing the regions from the jump. And there is some ideas for growth and development. So if you have social media, well, look, tell Born Reality or King Wise to send me the link when y'all get on there. I see what I can do. Because, like I said, I do, y'all got me on here 4 hours tonight. Twitter, nah, I didn't kick me off. They asking me for all type of extra. All right, look. I don't have my phone on me, quality. So anybody else who hit me on the cash app, I appreciate it, but I ain't got my phone, so I don't know what happened. But I'm gonna see if when I get to the store, I'm gonna see if they got any substitute. You know what I'm saying? Like you can use butter or you can use coconut oil. Like what's the other thing you could use besides tiger nuts? Supreme Justice, I got bad news for you. I've just been informed that first of all, there's a newborn curriculum, right? I don't know where you stand with that, but look, there is a new official way to fast. And since I'm sure you are not in compliance with the new way, I have to inform you you're not even 5% on it. Look, I can talk to them for you because see, I've been grandfathered in. I'm still 5%. But in 3 to 5 years, once they finish instituting all these new rules and shit, I don't know how it's gonna work out for me. I don't know. I got no idea. You know. And you know what's crazy to me? It's always the people that's talking about how everything has got to be like it was in the past that's coming up with all this new shit all the time. That's why I it's like, wait a minute. Guess we'll get it figured out. I don't know, can't call it. But yeah, print powerful just in general. Yeah, I always looked at that regional thing as something that because there was no overarching uh idea. There was no, it's like you got the regions, right? It's like arm, leg, arm. And I guess theoretically, New York is supposed to be the head, but you know, like I said, I wasn't a part of it. I never seen that materialize. It just to me, it just seemed like, the regions started operating kind of on their own. Like, see, the simplest things, right? Uh, you know, the simplest things is things that we accomplish in the street all the time. Like one of the, like if we was going to do the region thing, right? One of the main advantages of it would be to take advantage of what's called arbitrage. You said it's some substance to it, though, depending on whose hands it's in. So wait, which substance to what? The new fasting, the fasting guide, or the newborn curriculum? But Prince Powerful, do you know what arbitrage is? The newborn curriculum is listen. See, this is what I'm saying. See, they put some things together, right? And made it a curriculum. But like some of that stuff, like what we achieve and all of that, we remember when all that stuff like that wasn't to be lessons. That was on the back of the paper. I mean, look, if that's how people is learning, right? And true and living God is being born, and Earth is being born from that science, right? Then that's what it is. But once we get to the idea that you need to know it or something like that, like see, we got, that's what I'm saying. Just, different schools, different whatever, different teachers, they got different things that they require of their student. That's understandable. But what we supposed to have on cap, we know what that is. But Brandon Figure said, "Is there a room I can rent for $500?" Now, if that's a month, right? I'm going to tell you, not in New York City. Uh, but Prince Powerful arbitrage, right? Arbitrage means the price is low one place and it's high someplace else. So depending on what town you live in, right? Like I'm from New York. So you have people that is from New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, right? We're going to talk about the wild side, but just to show you how we use arbitrage, right? Where you have people that would come out here from New Jersey and they would buy illegal substances, right? But the regular retail price in New York, right, which you could get for $5, you can get $20 for at that time in different locations around New York. Now, like I said, we do that when it comes to illegal shit. But you can do it with peaches and oranges. You can do it with stocks and bonds. Like if you look up arbitrage, you see that, yes, it's just an economic concept that's used in many different like all of that, you buying stuff from China, that's arbitrage. You see, we don't even have the communication between us, you see what I'm saying, to execute that. Brave just said, I can't recall all of what I've seen in the curriculum, though what I do remember, there are some things that I advocate and some things that I don't advocate. I mean, see, for me personally, uh, you know, I don't, uh, you know, everybody who comes into the knowledge got a different set of, things that they need to elevate. And see, I'm a person that standardization is not good for me. It's never worked for me. Like standardization, like when you got something that, standardization, right? It's like when you go in the army, they only got shoes from a certain size to a certain size because they're ordering millions of each size of this shoe. So they can't order 3 size 20s for some person that's 7 foot tall. Like if you don't fit inside that range, then you're not going to be accepted in the army. You don't fit in to that standardization. You understand what I'm saying? And I ran into that in a lot of places. In school, different places, church, that standardization never worked for me. So I don't think I would ever respond to the newborn curriculum. Pretty powerful. I'm gonna tell you one thing I don't like about the newborn curriculum. One thing I wouldn't advocate at frame is I looked at the whole newborn curriculum and 120 lessons not in it. You said, what's an example of that in the nation of God's, in the nation as far as standardization? The newborn curriculum is, I mean, we got knowing 120 lessons, knowing supreme mathematics, knowing today's, all those are standardizations, right? But, within that, we all got our own expression. And see, once I got a certain amount of people, right, and I put you on my regimen, I mean, I don't know if y'all see where this is going, bro, but listen, I got a group of people, right? They all know what I told them and nothing else. This is, I mean, for us, right? When you say what's an example of that in the nation, like I said, there's things, right? There's things like knowing your lessons and everything that's standardized, but that was the difference between the five and everything else. We didn't have, restrictive laws that put us in lockstep. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have uniforms. We didn't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you quote the degree, but when we ask you to manifest your understanding, we expect you to say something that you said. If you try to stick to standardization, knowledge meaning know, look, listen, and respect. Knowledge symbolic of the sun, as the black man symbolic. Yeah, see, all that there, we don't want to hear that. But I'm just saying that, that's a thing, G. That's a thing. And see, I don't want to overstep, right? And say that that's what these people is doing, right? Or equate, whoever is teaching through the newborn curriculum with what I'm saying. But see, if I got a population of people, man, and I give you my law, and then you gotta live it out, bro. Now let me ask you, anybody here who's on a newborn curriculum, is there a penalty? Is there a reward? So I'm just saying these are the reasons why that wouldn't work for me. You see what I mean? And I'm not saying that they are making the devil, right? Building God, like I said, if a person had to have a system and a plan together to make the devil, right? You're not going to just make God on the fly. But this is, and like I said, I don't know. I'm on the outside looking in. I don't have the newborn curriculum. I don't. Uh, it's just something where for me, I just you said I thought mastering 120 lessons was a must. No, I'm not saying. Of course, eventually they introduce you to 120 lessons, but in the newborn curriculum, this is all stuff that, from what I can see, you get introduced to before you know 120 lessons. You said, when do you actually get the new curriculum? Is it like an agenda breaking down how you get 120? Uh, I don't know. I have it, but it's in my phone. Like I said, I left my phone, so can't get to it right now. I would read it to you. You know, it's not something, wicked and evil or something like that. What I'm saying, but I mean, you gotta still, sometimes the intentions and the outcome, it's the person can have whatever intention, but the outcome is still the outcome. When you say 120 is a must, is that more so pertaining to the guy? I mean, well, it depends on the brother you're dealing with. Some brothers they don't. Some brothers don't teach the earth no lessons. So you got some brothers that uh, only teach up to the 114. But yeah, I got I don't know. It's just something. It's like that's like just one of my. It's one of my new kind of topics of conversation. Should I asked because I was building with some guys that said they have not taught their earth. I mean, said, isn't that not doing your job? Well, I mean, look, uh, you know, that's that person is useful in. So, if I would, if that's what she just said, we say with the newborn curriculum, right? Right. That's what I'm saying. So, your woman, that's your 5%. So, whatever you decide to do, but that's. Supreme Justice said, I always thought that was interesting that some guys would teach their women up to the 114, even though the 140 goes more in depth with the science of the earth. Uh, well, you make a good point. You know what I'm saying? But I think the idea is that uh, the things that's in the 140 that's about the earth is the things that God is supposed to know. Like these are things like 6 sextillion tons. The God is supposed to be doing it too. You understand what I'm saying? She's uh, traveling at 1,037 on her way around the sun. Whereas the 14th degree in the 114 is a little bit more direct messaging to them. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of brothers, I guess, they're not expecting, they try and keep their women away from 85% and 10%. So, why does she really need to know about dealing with them when she's not going to be in that world? Whoa, harmony equality. There's been some low blows on here today. Edward Green came, harmony equality said that some brothers do not have an issue with their women following, practicing religion, yet say they have a hard time in their relationship. So just says 140 gets dark after the 20th degree, nothing to do with the earth. So I guess you got just added on his 2 cents right there. But what do you mean? Do not have an issue with their women following or practicing religion? I don't. Because see, I'm gonna tell you what it is. You gotta remember, a lot of things that be going on, right? People don't do that around you. How you going to do some bullshit. It's certain people that you don't want to encounter. You don't want them to see you. You don't want them to try to talk you out of it. You don't want them to try to stop you. So, a lot of these things I don't get exposed to. Like, nobody comes up to me and says, yo, God, my woman is 85. Like, I don't even know how you get in these conversations. Like, I don't know. Like, generally speaking, I don't interact with a lot of brothers' earths. But Pasha said, if she rejects it, she rejects it. But my queen getting the whole thing if she chooses herself. So Supreme Just said, based on what you just said, great God, this is why no God should even start building and planting the seed mentally with a woman until they know exactly who they are dealing with. Yeah, but see, that's what I say, that, you got to see if, she's 24,896. See, if she's not 24,896, right? Then yeah, you're never gonna be able to round that off to 25,000, right? She's already, how we say back in the days, earth material. You see, sometimes a brother's dealing with Venus. You know, brothers love to deal with Venus and Mars. I'm telling you something. Hey, listen, that's what it is, man. You miss it by that much. You miss it. You miss it by that much. So, Harmony Quality says some say it's easier to speak to the earths about things like this. Things like what? Divine said I had a date with an Odyssey woman from St. Louis last night. We had fun. I mean, which divine is this? Is this the wordsmith? Because this sounds like something the wordsmith would say. Supreme Judge said because if they don't want to go to certain lessons yet to build with them on and actually teach them, then they could be dealing with a sister that isn't fertile mentally. Yeah. Yeah, that sound like a wordsmith. That sound like some wordsmith shit. I knew that. I knew that was you. Oh, I see what you're saying. That they are talking to you about their women troubles, right? So yeah, I don't understand that. I was like, what? So are they asking you like? So basically, I'm asking you a question, right? Are they asking you like? Are they trying to figure out like, okay, if you're 93 million miles, right? And let's say they women is 67 million miles away, right? Are they trying to figure out what is the difference between 93 and 67? You see, there's a lot of science there that ain't gonna work. Look, everybody in the room except Supreme Justice and Born that just came in, right? How long do it take for light to reach from the sun to the planet Earth? You see? You see, boy, the boy said, don't say nothing bad about Venus and Mars. I told you, man, you guys love Venus and Mars. Ah, Fine, 186. See, I said, besides you, Born, you see, 5%. Oh, now Rasta comes back. Now Rasta comes back. Hey, look, we love you too, Rasta. But yeah, you know, Venus and Mars, we love Venus and Mars. But yeah, see, you got look, 8 minutes and 20 seconds, right? 500 seconds is equal to 8 minutes and 20 seconds, right? But see, that's how far it take. That's how long it take for the light to reach you on the Earth. So, you know, if you're dealing with another planet, they're not going to understand the same way and at the same time that the Earth understands. Like this is a particular, it's called, right? Rasta, like called Rasta. I'm gonna call you pseudo Rasta. Don't take it the wrong way. And look, I mean it with affection. It's not the same way it's on Sonetta channel. But Rasta, will you tell these people about the Goldilocks zone? See, the Earth is in the Goldilocks zone, where it's conducive to life. Like a little bit closer, a little bit further, then we not there. There might be some other kind of life, but not us. So, you can't say the same thing. I don't know. I mean, are they asking you for G or something? Because we would have to wonder, I mean, if a woman is for the streets, right? What advice is a woman that's not for the streets going to give you about dealing with her? That's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Woo, Prince Powerful. You trying to get me canceled? That's woo. You talking about a hot button question? You said a few sessions ago, I told you that some guys have a difficult time building with earths. Remember, I spoke about how they deal with wisdom knowledge. Nah, I missed it. You mean they have a? I don't. Yeah, nah. This is foreign to me. But Prince Powerful, look, this is Prince Powerful on his own. Disclaimer. This is the view of Prince Powerful. This question is from Prince Powerful. It in no way represents the views of the Random Jews Network. But Prince Powerful said, what degree in the 1 in 14 that guys would think that the woman has no mind? Full stop. That's you said that. Don Bishop. Damn, Don Bishop, you got 2 jobs now? You already the hardest working man in Jamaica, Queens. A tree job. Rasta Rasta said it can take thousands to millions of years for a photon generated in the sun's core to reach the surface. We ain't talking about from the core to the surface, though. You see why you suit up? But we love you, Rasta Rasta. One said, don't get it messed up. I had a few Mercuries too. Now look, see those Mercuries, the level, it's conflict, right, with Mars. It's conflict. Mercury is chaos. Is hey, listen. One rotation. Two rotations, the chaos will commence. Listen, man, I don't even know how y'all got me talking about this stuff over here, man. Supreme Justice said, I recall the guy told me years ago that when it comes to 120, not too many guys don't like to touch on the actual facts of solar facts because the science gets even higher. Maybe that's why some guys can't tell the difference between the planets. People don't go into the planets like we used to, man. Like we used to listen. That was a thing. That was a thing. You know what I'm saying? Rasta, yeah, I'm calling you pseudo because see, I didn't ask you anything about the photon traveling from the core to the surface. Because the distance from the core to the surface of the sun is longer than the distance from the surface to the surface of the sun and the earth. Nobody asked you about that, man. You work in the hospital. If somebody comes in there for you to deal with their heart and you deal with their lungs in the correct way, but that's not what they asked you. So harmony qualities, let's speak on it. So what is it now? What is it that we speaking on? What is it that we speaking on? Uh, he says, so some see wisdom knowledge as the woman needing to know her place and unable to question anything, or it is seen as disrespect. Even when dealing with the knowledge culture degree in 114 and knowing her place, yet having no place, not balancing equality. Okay, this is let me read this again. He says here, I was presented with there is a degree in 114, and some guys would think that women has no mind. I was curious what degree that would be because I don't know. Um, I've never come. I don't know. You know, I've been in these conversations, but I've never heard anybody say anything out of the 114. Okay, so let me equality. Let me read this again. See, I tried to pay attention to something else and think maybe you was gonna forget that you said that. But let's go again. You said so some see wisdom knowledge as the woman needing to know her place and unable to question anything, or it is seen as disrespect, even when dealing with the knowledge culture degree in the 114 and not knowing their place, yet having no place, not balancing equality. Okay, so you're saying, let me see if I'm getting it straight, that uh, brothers have problems with questions. You're saying that if you ask just a regular question about how to apply some knowledge, that's seen as disrespect. Is that what you're saying? So we got a question here for the room. Uh, is there a difference between the mind and the brain? So so are you saying that if you ask a question, right, that's seen as disrespect, or are you saying that if you demonstrate that you have more knowledge on a topic, that they're saying that that's two before one? He said both. So just said the 14th degree in 114 would be the degree that demonstrates that women don't have a mind because they have to be taught how to act in general. I mean, listen, you know, yeah, I don't know if that's exclusive to women, but I get your point. So if the question I mentioned was bad, wait, what question I missed? Oh no, it's not. The question is not bad. I'm just, So so wait. So what's the question again now, Harmony? Can we start? Get the point now, right? But what's the question I'm saying? So, or the wisdom degree in the 114. What the wisdom degree in the 114 demonstrates she doesn't have a mind? District 120 and just, I mean, I actually thought of the 14th degree too, because that's the only degree, on face value that even speaks on women. But I just didn't see anything in there that said they don't have minds. But harmony and quality, I'm saying, what is the question? What is the, because yeah, see, y'all didn't listen. Y'all didn't open the floodgates here. So, but look, Harvey, when we get back, can we get back to because I think I got an answer for you, but I just want to be clear on what you want me. All right, so pseudo, what you said? You only said the son. I was specific. You weren't. I work in a medical facility that conducts extensive medical physics research, i.e., the development of imaging technologies and therapeutic applications. Yeah, I told you my daughter got a master's degree in bioinformatics and all this laboratory research stuff. That's what she got her bachelor's in. I do this. I do this. I understand what you're saying right there. You do it for a living, right? But on here, you still pseudo because I was specific about the light traveling from the sun to the earth. Okay, so harmony quiet. This is my comment to what to what to what you're saying right there, right? Now, school, right, is inherently female. Like just the things you got to do to be successful at school, right, is a lot of characteristics that kind of come a little more, whether it's natural or whether they're socialized that way from a younger age, right? School is inherently female. It's showing in all of the data right now, right? That women excel more at that school. So, and women tend to be a little more articulate than most men. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know if some women realize it, right? But we say wisdom is a sword. And at times, women can wield that expertise in a way, right? That it's like, okay, if you're wielding your advantage over me, right? Which is, you're knowledgeable about some topics that I might not be knowledgeable about, right? And you're speaking, you might be speaking fast, you might be, speaking in concepts and terms that, and so the natural reaction of anybody is going to be like, okay, well, now I'm going to fight back by exercising my advantage, which is through power. So I don't know if that's what's happening in particular in these situations. You know what I mean? And then people carry baggage, right? In terms of you may have been a brother may have been in these situations, right? Where and women can do that, where the women can be dead wrong, right? And if you're not on point, she can still eviscerate you. So it's possible that, brothers from these other experiences, whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? And, a lot of times the questions that come, not saying the questions particularly that you ask, right? But a lot of the questions that come is, basically kind of amount to, well, how come you're God and I'm not? And so there's going to be some pushback. You know what I'm saying? Also, you do have times, right, where it's like, a woman, right, you can't put a brother in a position, right, or you shouldn't put a brother in position where it's like, okay, the way I would normally respond if somebody did or said something to me, right? I can't respond to you like that because you're a woman. So see, at the end of the day, you're still bullying me. Because see, a person can take your lunch money, and that don't necessarily mean that that person is tougher than you. They could have a cousin that you don't want them to call their cousin, so you let them do what they want to do. They're still bullying you. So I don't know if those things apply to what you say, but that's my attempt at kind of explaining what some of my brothers might be speaking on when they talk to you about that topic. So Rasta says saying the sun isn't specific. Holla at you though. I'll take my pseudo to my radiation oncology research. All y'all are doing is weird armchair philosophy. I mean, that's cool. But look, can you tell me one thing before you leave, Rasta Rasta? What hospital do you work at? Because I want to make sure that I never get checked in over there. I want you doing, I want you, I don't want you researching my files there, whatever. So you said the guys told one guy that he was incorrect and there was no pushback. So were you saying that if the guys tell a brother that he's wrong, it's no pushback, but if a woman tell a brother that he's wrong, then there is pushback? Yeah, a lot. And that's what you're right about that. Rasta gonna call us a cult. He gonna call us a cult and say we just doing weird armchair philosophy and we can't call him pseudo. See the kind of nigga you is, Rasta? All those degrees, you work in the radiation department and all that, you still act like a nigga. Black people. Late Bloomer Show. So y'all going for the juggler tonight. Late Bloomer Show asked, can the black man actually be God without the earth? You know that we woo, woo, woo. I mean, you asking me that, or you know, let you go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead. It seems like you already have. Seems like you already have an answer, so I'm gonna let you go. So when you put yes right here, harmony quality, you saying that the stuff that I said did pertain to what you was talking about. Okay, harmony quality. This is a good question right here. I'm not sure what you mean, but you said, do these women have knowledge of who they are or who you are? If not, then we both know they are lost. Now, when you say who they are or who you are, right, do you mean that as two separate things? So, harmony quality, I guess she's saying that, yes, you can be God without an earth. Late Bloomer Show said, I mean, the wisdom is the way to the best part. I mean, look, like we was dealing with Rasta Rasta, right? See, Rasta Rasta, he's only dealing with the science of sex. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, you know, man himself did not come to the planet by virtue of sex, because who would have been the two people that had sex before man himself existed? You understand what I'm saying? So I understand what y'all mean, right? But we do have the knowledge degree. we do have the knowledge degree. So I'm saying, right? The original man is the Asiatic black man. Now, when you say Earth, I'm thinking you're saying specifically black woman, because see right there, when you say Asiatic black man, Asia means the planet Earth. But let's move on. We talking about I'm gonna assume we talking about just a biological woman, right? Because we all here on the planet Earth. So this is all our, but so the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner. See, when you get the cream of the planet Earth. Okay, now look, we can still use the planet and not be talking about a biological woman, right? Right? Cream of the planet Earth. Father, but we could be talking about further in education of civilization and God of the universe, sun, moon, and stars. But let's say all that, right? Now look, so see, like you said, black woman. Now look, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. This is my answer, right? You're not Lord of all the worlds. See, Yakub's job, the devil's job is to take people's birthright. Before the devil was made and all that, remember, Yakub is famous for that, for taking his brother's birthright. So, somebody manifesting all this truth, they teaching out here in the universe, making themselves known, right? Throughout time and space, then yeah, they got it. But you're not Lord of that world. Divine has a good point here. If you couldn't be God without an earth, then that would make her the maker of you. But you're not Lord of that world. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's different things that happen. Equality, that's a good question here about, what wisdom is. Remember that happened the other day? We was in here talking about wisdom for the whole class, but we never was talking about women. And then the brother thought we was talking about, and it kind of, we had to kind of go back a little bit and say, nah, we didn't talk about that. Okay, so you said the thing you said up here, you said so that they give pushback when the earth when the earth says something, when the earth says that they wrong, but they don't give pushback when the gods say that they wrong. There's some oh yeah, that's true. We got this question up here. Is there a difference between the mind and the brain? We didn't get any answers yet. But Yeah, that's I mean, it all depends. See, you see, here's the thing. 120 was written, before feminism really was a thing like that. So there's some things, right, that see men and women didn't really socialize unless they was in the same family. Like men and women that wasn't, we not no couples, there's no family connection, whether we brother and sister, husband and wife, uncle and niece, whatever it is, they didn't really interact like that. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so there's certain, social interaction, right, that we not used to. You know what I'm saying? And for some brothers, right? Like, see, look, even for me, right? There's certain earths in the nation, right, that, you know, they made of titanium and Teflon, right? Where, you know, you can build with them, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, see, you don't want to get in a conversation with somebody, right, where you disagreeing, but it's like you a woman. So that precludes certain parts of how we gonna address each other. You see what I'm saying? Like, the guys, we might get into this disagreement and be really fucking disagreeing. Where the people on the outside, they think this is about to go somewhere else. But see, you can't talk like that to them. So a lot of times, like, all right, look, you stay over there. Like, don't get in this lane over here. Because shit can happen. Shit can happen. Like, I've been in situations, right, where, and we talking about some physical shit, where brothers is rumbling, right? And the female jumps in. So, at the time, everybody mindset is, listen, if I don't know you, it's, and I've seen that, that end up in a bad decision right there. You know what I'm saying? So, some of that is just that. It's things that got to be worked out. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, you got to be, when you're dealing with man and women, you got to be a little bit more comfortable. You know what I'm saying? When you talking, you know what I'm saying? But uh, look, there was some gladiators, man. Earth that you know they was serious with their lessons. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's just some things, harmony quality. Especially if everybody's around. Nobody wants to get bombed by a girl. Like the harmony quality. Look, it's the same thing. Remember back when you was balling, and some dudes would never play you because they just didn't want to get beat by a girl. It's just the outside chance that you might beat them. He don't want to play, man. You know what I'm saying? He gets hostile when you come on the court because he doesn't want it to go around the neighborhood that a girl crossed him up, blocked the shot. So there's that, you could say that it's man stuff. You wouldn't understand. So we got some answers here for what is the difference between the mind and the brain here? So the brain is an organ, the mind is consciousness knowing. The brain is not the mind. The brain only houses the mind. That's a tricky one. I know what you mean, but it's a tricky one. And Powerful says, while the brain controls a person's movements, emotions, and various bodily functions, the mind alludes to a person's morality, reasoning, and understanding. You can be brain dead, but the mind can still be active. The brain is exclusive to the skull. The man or mind is eternal throughout. Memory, mind is all through the body. Why do we say we know things by heart? So the mind can also be in the heart and, oh yeah, not exclusive to the brain. You can be mentally dead, but not physically dead. Okay, so yeah, this is what I was gonna go. Well, I wasn't gonna go here, but here's the problem. This is not the problem, but just this is what I'm saying. The brain is finite. See, there's a certain science, right? Here's the thing. After a certain age, right? Are you still there, Rasta? We need some research, some medical research information. Look, I'm not gonna call you pseudo this time. Because look, this is something I don't know. I'm really asking you. But I know the science, right, is that after a certain age, the brain, you start to lose brain cells. Like your more brain cells is dying than is being replenished. But your knowledge increases. So it can't be what for what. District 120 said the brain is physical, the mind is mental. So let me see, harmony equality said, like for instance, wisdom knowledge can be seen as speaking only on what you know, or it can lead to a misunderstanding for self or others. Uh, you say you can do the knowledge to degrees without minimizing the earth or even making it about the woman as it pertains to you, the God. Um, See, there's a couple things there. There's a couple things there, but and I guess this is starting to happen now. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the 5% is a gladiator science. It's some uh, nobody cares about nobody's feelings. Certain things that in terms of equality with women, that's not a part of the uh, it's not a part of the I guess the old born curriculum. It wasn't uh, there's no uh, that's a particular kind of training. Like dealing with women, having a family, and all of that. That's something that you got to see examples of, or something. You got to take examples of that from somewhere. So that's just not well built in. It's not. You know, there's some things that like public speaking, that's kind of built into the knowledge. When you quote your degrees, you're learning about public speaking and all of that. But yeah, I mean, it's clear just from looking at the history that at the very least, everybody didn't take the best examples on how to deal with it. So you said not necessarily caring about feelings or involving emotion, but more so balancing your equality. So when you say balancing your equality, right? What do you mean by that? That's what I'm saying. Like if I speak on things that like it should be, if I say something about the knowledge degree as it pertains to men, then I should say something about the knowledge degree as it pertains to women. What is that? Do you think they may be the reason why many Earths do not have 120 because of the history? Now, uh, first of all, I think a lot of them don't have it because what we spoke on earlier, that you know, everybody's not starting out with 24,896. Everybody's not picking 24,896. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, I think another thing goes back. I asked you a while ago when you said, do these women have knowledge of themselves or do they have knowledge of the brother? Right. And that's at least a factor. I'm not going to say that's the main reason, but you got, you got a lot of women that they never had the knowledge of themselves. They had the knowledge that a brother that they liked was a 5%, and that you know it would be easier to secure a relationship with this brother, right? If you get into this 5% thing. And then once they became into the nation, right, there was other things here that they liked. You know what I'm saying? Like they might have met friends and the camaraderie, or they just like the atmosphere, or some of the things we say, the dietary law, whatever, and that's why they're here. They never internalized this knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And they never, like they're not out there, going in the street to teach, where it's like, okay, see, for me, I need my lessons. You know what I'm saying? That's I can't, I'm going outside the shake, so I got to know my lessons. But for a lot of women, They came into the knowledge, right? They had some kids for a 5%er, you know what I'm saying? And, they continue to raise those kids kind of, in that culture or whatever. But, in terms of knowing 120, nah, that never was on their agenda from the jump. So, uh, I understand you said when you break it down for self, you have to have your own understanding as it pertains to you. So you're saying that brothers don't want you to have your own understanding? I see. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said you was answering my question about the women knowing who she is and knowing who he is. Yeah, but I'm saying a lot of them, they don't even know really who they are. Not really, really. Like, they know what, we say and what we teach and all of that. It's brothers like that. See, I'm gonna tell you another thing, harmony, equality. See, some of this conflict, because there's not enough chauvinism in the world. Shamori Thompson Welcome to the channel. But you know what I mean by that harmony equality? That some of these problems is because there's not enough chauvinism in the world. Hey, listen, you told my yeah nap, y'all got me out of it. Listen, I done had a whole back and forth with my pseudo brother. So you said, can I please expound on that? See, there's not see now God Cyber Divine, right? Don Bishop has been saying in the background, I haven't read his comments, but he's been saying in the background that look, men are men and women are women. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, right? Sometimes you gotta just chalk it up to that. Like just like, yeah. You know, like look, it be time, look, the earth coming here, right? She talking real quick. See, hey man, it's women, man. You know what I'm saying? You straight me, I'm not getting involved with that. And see, by the same token, you know, see that you know, that is a little bit less popular than the other flip side of that. Where look, boys will be boys, man. You gotta let people be them and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you want this woman not to do no complaining, just go jump off the fucking planet. Cause that ain't gonna happen. You see? There's some things that's just the nature of the thing and what the fuck it is. And you trying to change it is really devilishment, but it's futile. Like, that's what it is. Like, yeah, sometimes you're gonna come and you're gonna be talking like you know everything. See, I, like I said, you know, my family, right? My grandmother is, you know, famous throughout the family for that. That you know, I got two sisters. Being that grandmother, I got two sisters that we all got that same grandmother, right? You know, but those two sisters wasn't like the everyday people that was around. It's my grandfather, my father, his three brothers, and me. So there's six men and there's her. And we cannot tell her nothing. It works all ways, but sometimes we let her fall right on her face. We let sometimes look instead of arguing with her, just let her go ahead and do it. Right? Let her do what the fuck she's doing, man. You know, like I said, you know, wisdom, we say that's the source. So yeah, if you want to argue, man, go ahead, man. That's how you get into an argument. But, that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, the same way I'm saying, like, sometimes you gotta let you touch. Sometimes you gotta realize that, look, the brothers, they got their boys club. And this is boys club times, right? This is boys club time, and let them go ahead and talk and be wrong. Bishop said, why you think I'm working two jobs? Because I'm a man and I got to do what men do, provide for that which I created. So, yeah, people, everybody got their thing they do. Sometimes, you can't get, water is wet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to go swimming, that goes with it. Then Bishop said, my woman took over the garage, took over the living room to do her side hustle. I just fell back and let her rock out. That's another thing too. That's it. But look, you gotta let some people do their thing. See now, if you didn't let her do that, right? Not only would she be beefing with you, right, about you're stopping her from being able to do what she wants to do, right? But also now, see, that's something that's occupying her time. See, now that she's doing that, she can't be calling you all day at work. She got her shit what she's doing. You gotta play checkers, not chess. You see this, Devon? I don't think she wished to play Mortal Kombat. I mean, I can't be sure. This is what I'm saying. So Shamari Thompson says, I heard man also means mind. So does that mean man is mental or physical? Uh, well, uh, that's a part of the definition of Homo sapiens. What is, let me see. Yeah, so sapiens is derived from a Latin word that means wise or astute. So the literal definition of Homo sapiens is wise human. You know what I'm saying? And we can go through, the various, uh, the various, things that separate man from everybody else in the animal kingdom, let's say, right, is thinking. So it turns out harmony, equality does, in fact, like Mortal Kombat. See, look, I'm not gonna tell her you said that now, Bishop. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna tell her you said that now, Bishop. But I think that she'll take that a little bit harder than you taking her to walk down Guy Brewer on a date. I'm not. I'm not even. Woo. I'm not going to affect your birthday gift this year. That's really how we. Woo. Nah, actually, nah. I'm not spending the night here. I'm just, this stuff has gotten interesting. This stuff is, listen. This right here was, we went through chambers. We went through chambers here. Now look, Prince Powerful. I'm gonna warn you. I'm gonna warn you. You know, harmony equality is 6 feet tall, 6.025 feet tall to be exact, and she tells men what to do. So that's just a little heads up for you. Shit, listen, it's clear. See where we at now. So we got on equality said, a few times I came in here, the guys were trying to touch women, and you said you want to keep your channel or touch on topics pertaining to them. Yeah, because this is how you get canceled. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I don't want to, you know, I'm not like in any of the communities. Like I'm not red pill and all this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, so but you know, oh yeah, so you don't know about the worship. You just got a question, or you said, does otherwise in the 15th degree mean in the 15th degree in the 140, mean the same as it does in the 16th degree in the 140? Uh, See, that would be one of them things that fall into the category of poisonous and non-poisonous snakes. You know what I'm saying? If you applying it in it, I'm saying that's the way it would apply if you're talking about the all wise and the otherwise. If you're using that to say, can you draw up the same understanding of what the otherwise means? Black Judge, you had no idea, man. You got no idea, man. These people, listen. I'm just staying on now because, you know, after this video, I'm probably going to be canceled. So, I'm probably going to be canceled. So, I might as well just go ahead and have this last this last hurrah right here. So Shamari Thompson, who's your coach? You said you got a coach that told you to check this out? Are you in Toronto? Oh, you talking about Rasta? Now, Rasta, he's our people's now. Rasta, he's a friend to the channel. Gotta invite him back. He's a little bit upset. He's a little bit upset with me now because I call him pseudo. But you know, I you know, we'll work. We'll get up. You said who was the first person that bear witness to what Allah was saying? Good question. Yeah. Yeah, Toronto, yeah, it's a lot of 5% up there. Yeah. No. See, you know, I don't even know where y'all find something like that. Like that's something. See, I can't even Google that on my computer. See, I can't even Google that in case if the police ever investigate me or something and check my search history. If the police investigate me and check my search history, you know, then it's going to show that I've been looking for tiger nuts. No. Coach Adam. Symmetry. Ain't this the same brother, harmony equality? was it Abu Shahid that first bear witness? I mean, uh, possibly, I don't know. He says his name is Symmetry. The Lord King Wives. I've seen it, but I haven't had a chance to I haven't had a chance to read it. Yes, I mean he's probably over there telling them that he's Allah, the original man, and so they know him as Coach Adam. But when he said Symmetry, I was like, wait a minute, ain't that the same brother? He said, I've never heard of Coach Adam or him refer to himself as a coach. You know, something every day. You said the guy's book was like Belly, Jews, Boys in the Hood, and Minister Society all wrapped up in one. Hmm. So BC Ram said, I've been in the back listening. Tell me why. I caught a clip from a sports talk show at the end of the segment. One of the sports analysts says, shout out to the guy, Sham Guy. Hey, but that could be, you know, he could have started coaching. I don't know, since you left. Maybe he's coaching basketball. Oh no, he said football though. He said his football coach. Hmm. Hey, well, whoever he is doing his duty, you know. So this is like professional football. You play for the CFL. PC Realm said it was a colored man. Well, I'm gonna tell you something though. I don't know if you can find it, right? But if you can, see if you can find some articles from some articles about Shamgai's first game when he was at we went Providence, right? If you read the paper, right, of them, talking about Shamgai at that first game, uh, it's a little bit over that. God print, all right. Which I seen this God print. This is the Poetic Life with the all in all on it. Oh, he was your football coach when he was 11. All right. As you said, he was 24. I was thinking, shit, you in pros by now. Right, right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Shamari Thompson. But so uh so like, so far, what have you learned about us? God print is a lot King Wise. I had to check this. The mind versus brain. Yeah, Supreme Supreme Justice Don Bishop wants to know if we are finished with the mind versus brain topic. So you know about the father and his first 9 students. Well, uh, do you know what students, students in what? What was they? Do you know what he was teaching these students? See, Don Bishop, you get too loose, man. You figure you get me canceled. You see why? Do you see why I have to avoid these topics? Harmony, equality. What language? What language does that mean? Knowledge culture. Kiswahili. Okay. So, I mean, it's quite a bit further down the line here, but so we're going to go out. We're going to go ahead and put out last call. Last call for questions. You know, we got most of the people. I think we we had, listen, you know, look, I'm gonna be back on my game next week. You know, it's been really this whole month. Uh, but you know, next week I'll be back on my game. You know, I don't know how this turned into a freestyle session. Actually, I do, but you know, it's one of those days. I guess you could say I lost control of the live. You know, I lost control of the live here tonight, and you know, we went off in a couple of different directions there. You know, said what is freestyle? I mean, you know, when I came on, see, when I first came on, I was going to build on time, right? But that topic, it was like, nah, that's too heavy. See what I'm saying? Like I was telling the people, see, I come on here, right? You know, I come on here and you know, talk for hours, but there's plenty of things that I never mentioned. That, you know, unless you come out here and meet me in person, I go where you at and meet you in person and we maintain it, I'm not gonna build on that. So, you know, that topic, it was like, nah. See, if I put that up, then I got the charge up. Got the charge up me. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I broke it down and said, you know, all right, so let's do truth in season, right? Because that, you know, we could flow from the survival scrolls on that. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and then everything was proceeding. Everything was proceeding as planned. Everything was going good. And then Rasta came. You know, that's what started the freestyle. And then just somehow, you know, uh, because I said a little while ago, it was all building up to the day's degree in the Supreme Alphabet. All right, Supreme Just, uh, Don Bishop, kick with y'all later, just said, next class, let's build on the science of the clock. I mean, see, okay, but look, I'm gonna let y'all lead the way. Because again, right, my science of the clock that I got was on the board. Like the people who taught me science of the clock was Prince, Dumont, and Umala. And I never got like the lesson that everybody else got that said the science of the clock. When I saw it, it was like, oh man, you know, uh, this doesn't have all of the stuff that I got. But it's definitely a science. People, y'all should know how it is. Y'all should know how it is, the way we tell time. So like you ask some people the time right now, they tell you it's wisdom, knowledge, wisdom. You see, this is wisdom going through wisdom. So it's wisdom going through knowledge in St. Louis. And last month's sentiment, I don't know if I ain't see last month's. So yeah, that's a good science to go through. But look, I'm not gonna hit y'all with the extra juice. Right? I'm gonna let y'all lead the way. But look, who said that? Jess? The main key to the whole thing, right? And I mean, when I get challenged, I do now, But I'm gonna tell you something. I haven't gotten used to the son of man being back yet. Like when I got the knowledge, that was son of man. That was one of the reasons you came to the rally. Yeah, I get it from the guys. I check it out. And I see it. But Jess, where you at? Where you at? Where's the? I don't know. I can't. Like I said, I'm not that familiar with the lesson, right? But Jess, what's the first key to the science of the clock and how we tell time? Just must have abandoned us. Yeah, I don't know. Shamari, how long have you how long have you been on the live tonight? So Black Justice said we're not on the clock. Now look, this is related, but why are we not on the clock? The 13 is related, but check it out. See, one thing, and see, you just did it too right there, Jess, right? But you say you don't know, so I'm not blaming you. I'm saying, but look, see, the clock is not based on the 12. It's based on the 6. And so when the hour changes, you know, in other timekeeping traditions, is on the 12. But our hour changes on the 6 because we know the science of time. You know, in this calculation of time that we doing, right? How many seconds in a minute? How many minutes in an hour? And how many hours in a day? Right, Jess? All those numbers born 6. Yeah, 60 seconds, 60 minutes, and 24 hours, right? I got another one for you. Look, this the last one I'm gonna give you, and then we're gonna cut it off, right? 1,037 and a third miles an hour borns what? I'm gonna tell you another thing, Jess. I don't know where you're from, but don't put 666 in my thing like that again. But yeah, 1,037 and third miles per hour. Anyone? Bueller? Ah. So divine wordsmith in justice, black justice, uh, correctly calculated that 1,037 and third miles per hour warrants equality as well. So, you see that, these numbers that's associated with the clock is based on 6, but we 7. So we are beyond the limitations of time, right? Because we the same. See, we not this water that cannot be drawn above 6. So as y'all said, we are the master of time because we create the motion through space that time is measuring. So, that's it. Look, that little bit what I gave you, don't repeat that. I'm copywriting all of that. If you plan on repeating that, send my royalty to the Cash App right now. But next live, we'll do a little bit. You've been paying attention. See, I wasn't even going to give you that one. But look, this is yeah. I was going to leave that out. But yeah, when you add up all the digits in the clock, borns God build, which borns knowledge, power, and that borns equality. So I'm gonna let you get away with that one time. You said it right there, but that's copywritten now too. So if you type that in there again, you better send that royalty. So yeah, the next live we'll come back. We'll come back to that. Just to deal with some nothing too. Won't get too. But as Black Justice, you still there? My question is, you said that they got some stuff about the science of the clock in the Western age, right? So my question is any of the things that I just said about the science of the clock, is that included in the article that you read about it? You said, when is the next live? I mean, I don't know. I got some things that I gotta take care of. We might get a chance to come back on. Not too. So you said some of it is in there. So I'm telling you, I got the deluxe version. Oh, going through. Oh, no, yeah, that's the general time. I'm talking about the science that I'm talking about that builds up to it. Is because that's what I found. And when I seen the lessons that was written on it, things that people wrote on it, like I said, the people who told me, right, they wrote it on the board. They drew the clock and everything, and all the numbers and everything. That's how I used to get my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? That's how I used to get my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get a lot of plus degrees and all of that. I saw them. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of them, but a lot of the real science, man. And like I said, you have when you around, like, listen, you sitting, look, we in the car, right? I'm sitting here, do more YD sitting here, Prince is sitting there, El Naheem is sitting there. And they having a conversation. They building. And you just get to be a fly on the wall. I remember one time I came in here, it was late. It was getting late. I'm pretty sure it was during the time that one of those fires happened. And so people was coming down to the school, like, it was everybody. It was like, yo, when you get a chance, go down to the school, so people would be there, while this is going on, or whatever, are we doing the repairs? And, one thing that stood out, right, is like, it came to a certain point where it was kind of late, right? So the guy opens the door, right, and he starts telling certain people, "Yeah, we see you tomorrow and shit." You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, yeah, nah. We out. We see you tomorrow. So the guy said to me, right, he's like, "Yeah, God, we see you tomorrow and shit," right? So when he said that, I'm pretty sure it was the last shot. Last shot at Duke class on Saturdays. He turned, right? He said, "Oh, no, it's Darkim right there. Yeah, nah, he been down 1,000 years. He good." Right? So his brother, he just looked at him. He's like, "Word?" He said, "All right." And he closed the door. So now we in there, right? El Naheem is there this day too. In fact, El Naheem, this was, El Naheem is sitting behind the desk. Big Head Devon is there. Like I said, Elisha is there. Shati might have been there. Shout out to Shati, man. Shati returned to the essence. There was a couple other people there, but it was like in that cipher, right? Brothers started talking about things that I didn't even know that we dealt with that as 5%. That like that was it was nothing that I could say because I didn't have knowledge of any of the things they was talking about. Like I had heard this stuff before, but I didn't know that this was something that would ever come up in a conversation, a cipher with 5%. I'm talking about, listen, they going through the Bible, the Quran, or listen, and just to be a fly on the wall, man, for, a lot of them conversations went a long way. So just as if you see the name of God in the clock, no, I can't say that I have. Now, when you say the name of God, you mean Allah, right? I don't know if you're talking about something else. That's the first thing. That's the first thing, when you say the proper name of God. You said, are your lives usually on Mondays and Tuesdays? I said, well, yeah, that's the class time. You know, these are the freebies. If I start coming on more than these 2 days, man, y'all gotta hit the cash app, man, because how I'm gonna do the other stuff I gotta do. This has to become a little bit more lucrative of an endeavor. You said, so using, that's what I was thinking, but you said using math and alphabet. The only thing I can think, right? This is the only thing I can think of what you're saying, right? If you go backwards, which I wouldn't be going backwards, but just doing my best to answer your question here, right? If you say that the 1 on the clock is A, right? And the 12 is L. And then if you say you got the 11 comes out to the 12, so one of those ones is an L and the other one is a 1 for A, but then I run into a brick wall. Because if the next letter was, if the next number was the 8, then I could say that was the H, but being the next number is the 9, and then plus the whole thing what I just did appeared to, that didn't make any sense to me. Like, it's not. So I got to ask you, where is the name of God on the clock? Shamari Thompson said, I like how this man talks like a living calculator. Who you talking about? You said, Who sounds like a living calculator? But I used to be in a particular class, right? Where that's what we should do. Like we didn't do regular work. We should just go there and we should just be brain teasers. Like we should just do brain teasers and projects and like research shit and all of that, but we didn't do regular work. So this kind of question, it reminds me of that program that I was in. But what is the said the clock science also relates to the trillions of years in the lessons as well as the sextillion. Hmm. Yeah, I guess. Well, look, when we go through it, I guess you got some signs to drop on me too because I can't. Clock science relates to the trillions of years, but I mean it's all time, so I can see how it relates, but yeah, particularly you will have to shine some light on that for us. So Shamori Thompson said, "No disrespect, bro. I can tell you think before you talk." No, I ain't take it as disrespect. I just, you know, uh, I've never gotten quite that uh, description there, or whatever you want to call it, living calculator. See, Rasta be pissed off at you. I think he's saying when you went from the 1 to the 12. Nah, but he said that before I started doing it. I don't know. You gotta ask him what he meant by that, or what prompted him. What was it that I was saying that prompted him to draw that up? But you still ain't tell us. I'm waiting. Where is the name of God on the clock? I'm not saying it's official neither. I'm asking you, where is it? Like, where did you see that? Let's look. Okay, so at the end of the day, I wasn't so far off here. I wasn't so far off here. So from the 1 to the 12 is AL, and then the 12 back to the 1 is LA. So that's the 24-hour cycle, 12 times 2. Okay, okay, so really the 12 times 2, you could have left that up. So that's the 24-hour cycle. Well, that's not the 24-hour cycle. Well, yeah, no, the way you're describing it, that could be either 13 hours or 24 total hours, but not in cycle, because you're going this way and then you're going this way, right? And then you're saying the 24 hours, 2 times 4 is 8. So that's H. You bad motherfucker, boy. Hey, listen, man. I've been around some of the highest scientists, man. I don't even know if Dumont could have came up with that. You know, you know, this doesn't uh it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, right? But this is thinking right. This is the science of studying things where you start to see things in there that is almost invisible to the naked eye. You have a question about the 35 to 50 years mentioned in the point of view. So you said it's going to wait. You're going to wait. So this is a rabbit hole. This is so, as you say, that this is not a simple question I'll be able to answer. I'm just saying, you sure we can't just knock this out? Because look, we already got the clock on the agenda for the next one. Yeah, I almost got it, didn't I, Jess? I almost got it. My God, a lot. Welcome to the channel. I did. I almost got that, Jess. I don't know what you was getting ready to ask about the 35 to 50 years, right? But this is what I would tell you, everybody on here, right? If you ain't had the knowledge for 35 years, you know, it gets a little bit difficult to have somebody studying for 35 years. So, I don't know where you're going with that. But that's why we don't, you got to think, look, as an entire nation, we just, it's been a while now. But, not so long ago, we just crossed 50 years. You know what I'm saying? Now this is, of course, we're in 60, but I'm just saying. Because, I would say, well, but you said how I see it, 35 to 50 years. And I mean, there's a couple ways, man. Now look, you want to go back to high school, right? Take you back to high school, you know, these Muslim science, they did 10%. And so the 10%, they they make themselves rich by creating the 85%. And so 35 to 50, when you add that up, it equals 85. I don't know. Is that that was the that was how I used to manifest that back in the days, So you said here, because Fard studied 35 to 50 years before he started teaching. Is that true? I mean, yeah, well, yeah, Fard is gonna be over 35 when the what's the name start, but no, I don't think. I mean, I guess it could, but I don't. Because if that's Fard, then Elijah would have to be the Muslim son. But anyway, to bring it a little bit more up to date, right? It's saying they you guys study the rest of your life. That's for life. 35 to 50, I'm saying you gotta remember the time frame that we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? When it's no penicillin, right? In the time, 632, 570, there's no men, people ain't, there's some people. But 35 to 50 years, that's saying you can't come out from under the studies. You got to spend the rest of your life trying to learn and do as the original man. My God said, just show and prove that statement, walk me through it. I mean, see, that's why I said, listen, that's what I'm gonna start doing. I ain't giving y'all no more signs. I'm giving y'all all the high school shit. I'm, I'm giving y'all all baby shit from now on. That's it, man. That's it, man. I ain't mess with y'all no more, man. Strictly high school science. You gonna say baby science? It's half for. It's half, man. Listen, maybe like once a month I do a discount. I do a discount, man. But look, that's all I'm doing. So I'm just gonna manifest the high school science. But I'm glad we got that out the way. Right, we got that out the way by time. So next week is cleared out for the science of the clock. And of course, we Rasta probably come back and pay us a little visit. You got another question? Okay. So whoever got this, I mean, well, I can get the article. I can get the article. Uh, I know the brothers that write the paper. Those are my people. There's all our people. But I'm saying in particular, I grew up with them. So yeah. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. We're gonna get the article. We're gonna get the article about the clock, and we're gonna go from there. Get the article and go from there. Because like I said, man, we've reached the line. We've reached the line. From now on, let the whole. This is what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to go. This is the YouTube challenge. YouTube challenge, right? I'm gonna try to go the whole 2024, right? Listen, we only gonna build on the high school shit. really, there's some that y'all might can learn from that. You know what I'm saying? That, uh, you see this years, months, and days of practice. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, wherever you at, you just getting the knowledge, right? So you like, damn, you know what I'm saying? These people, running into people with all this knowledge and everything and all this understanding, and you don't understand it. Nah, bro. We all started right there where you at. Yeah, look, there's things like, look, I was telling brothers the other day. When I first got on the 1 and 14, I didn't know you were supposed to be spelling out EU and ROPE. So for like a couple of weeks or a couple of days or whatever, I was just saying, what is the meaning of EU and rope? I was decipher one day. The guy said, "All right, you gotta spell that out." Hey, what? Yeah, guy, you gotta spell it out. You see what I'm saying? We all been there, saying if you'd seen us, you know what I'm saying, in those first days, right? We all was there, man. You see what I'm saying? Just like, look, I seen a fight with Muhammad Ali. He ain't know how to fight. It was his first fight, and him and the kid is just sitting there. They little kids, like 12 and 13. They just punching each other. There ain't no hand movement. It was his first fight when he was an amateur when he was a kid. Woo, now look, that's a rabbit hole. Now that's one we gotta wait for. He said, "Ken," he said, "How do you draw up the build or destroy the green one for you?" Uh, See, the build or destroy degree is possibly the degree with the most layers. Like it's really up there. You know what I'm saying? You know, like see for instance, right? Uh, in that degree, like two of the layers it tells you about, right, is uh, things that can be detected by the naked eye, right? The rain, hail, snow, earthquake, thunder, you can detect this with the naked eye as opposed to things like the sun drawing this water up and the mist reacting in different currents of the atmosphere that can't be seen by the naked eye. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, like we were saying that, wisdom, there's a lot of expressions of wisdom, right? So to use all the different expressions of wisdom, right? Where it says she, right? You know, somebody can manifest some knowledge to me, right? They can manifest some wisdom, and then I could draw it up. right? Or I could meet a woman and then I could draw her. You see what I'm saying? Or I could do some shit and then realize that I got to take it to a high level and draw that up. So it's the layers upon layers upon layers. The real cold and warm and swift and changeable. You know, that could be words, that could be people, that could be events. You know, that's the degree where, well, all of them is that way, but that's a, you know, degree where it, you know, it really helps you to, you know, identify all these different elements of what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? To know what the knowledge, you know, what is the representation of knowledge in that degree? What is the representation of wisdom in that degree? What is the representation of understanding in that degree? You see what I'm saying? Because being that it's dealing with the planet Earth, right? That's what it's telling you about. You know, when it's telling you about, you know, look, here's more layers, right? You know, you got all three states of water. You got when the water is a fine mist, you got drops of water, and you got drops of ice. So, you know, I don't know. See, look, I can give you the high school version in a couple of minutes. Probably not even a minute, but that's a doozy. So you say here, so do you see part of it as dealing with the earth and all her currents, her different emotions? That's another layer. You know, that is that's another layer. Now, not for nothing, because you know, to turn back the clock, and you was talking about some of the interactions, right, between gods and earths, right? And right now, when you saying that, is it dealing with the earths and all her currents and different emotions, right? You know, see, some brothers might perceive that some of the things you're saying is just the different currents of your emotions. And so they don't, you know, want to uh, kind of acknowledge it. But yeah, there's every one of those layers. You said I see some brothers know how not how to deal with their emotions. I mean, now in which uh I mean, yeah, there's not brothers who know how to deal with their emotions, but I'm saying, see, in these interactions, see, there's, you know, on an emotional level, women is dominant over men. Like if you can control your emotions, that's one thing. But once you get on the level of emotions with a woman, the woman is dominant. So once that's the water. And some people they can't swim, can't keep their head above water. What's something that's frowned upon? Earth's having emotions? Uh, I mean, how do I see, ego in general or the ego, like you talking about the ego and the id and all of this? Or is frowned upon for guys to deal with their emotions? I mean, yeah, that, we, that was a part of, what we was being taught. That love was about the actions amongst us. You know what I'm saying? It was about how we treated each other. You know what I'm saying? But you know, me asking you today's degree was love the same way as me sharing my sandwich with you. You know what I'm saying? So, and you got to remember too that, uh, you know, it's we was boys and shit, and so we had to be turned into men. So that kind of thing, like you getting in something where word is bond, and bond is life, and I give my life before. So uh, yeah. I mean, like you couldn't, look, you remember it was a saying some years ago. I think it came out of a movie or something, where they said, "There's no crying in baseball." There was no crying in the cipher. Like, I mean, I've seen it before, but there's no, you don't know your degrees. You know what I'm saying? There's no crying in the cipher. So bottling up those emotions can be dangerous. Women always say that. See, over time, you learn that, you can deal with emotions you can't let control you. You see, there was a lot of things, like, see, for instance, right, the word emotion, right? Going back to high school now. Going back to high school, and I give you an example of you know, how we looked at that, right? Is that in terms of motivation, right? Uh, you know, you can have whatever endeavor it is, right? You know, what motivates a person to partake in that? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say even if you get in a conflict with a person, right? You know, are you getting in a conflict with that person because, you know, of what they did was actually wrong and, you know, there's no way for you to not make it right? Or are you just doing it because you're emotional? And so now it's the equality that's controlling your emotion. See, instead of you doing things, right, because of the knowledge and wisdom, you're doing things from emotion and you got equality in your emotion. So now what happens if you don't feel that way tomorrow? See, you know, feelings change, but, you know, our minds wasn't changing. So, uh, yeah, we didn't, that wasn't, you know, of all the things that the brothers help you grow and develop, that was not, uh, that wasn't on the top of the list. You said when someone cannot speak, they react, and that's when it can become physical. Exactly. Because, you know, now that limitation of you not being able to speak, now you feel some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And it's the equality that's causing your emotion. He said, if a man expresses emotion, some refer to him as soft, so then some feel the need to defend themselves physically. Well, I mean, it depends on the emotion. It's just, I mean, what it is. You know, it depends on the emotion he's demonstrating, and you know, uh, you know, if it affects, you know, the way you operate in the world. I got sincere said it's not healthy to keep certain emotions, feelings bottled up. You have to deal with them or release them somehow. I mean, this, you know, this stuff is true, you know, but you know, she's asked me in terms of, you know, brothers, and I was just saying my experience in terms of growing up that, you know, yeah, that wasn't, you know, like I said, there's no crying in cipher. Uh, I mean, even physically, man. Like, look, we used to be in cipher, right? It's like 18 degrees before the wind chill. And it was like, yo, if you said you was cold, then brothers would be like, y'all thought you was the son. You doing? It was gladiator school, man. You know, it was gladiator school. So you know, and then that too, where, like I said, is you gotta remember that's a dynamic too, is that, you know, people is older now. So the things, but you know, as kids, you ain't thinking like that. You know, you don't want to keep these emotions bottled up. Yeah, pretty much. Look, you couldn't be cold. You know, you talking about it's too hot for you to do this and that. You know, any number of things. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, and there was time. You know who used to do that? Born Justice, right? Look, you know, we 15, 16, 17, right? So we be in the cipher, right? And he's building. And like, you know, a young lady walks past, right? So, like I said, we at that age. So, you know, as soon as she walked past, everybody head turned. You kidding? That was, oh, you drawing up by that? she's drawing you up now. That's what's going on. So you don't care nothing about this wisdom over here no more. You drawing up by that. See, there's an individual that, look, I'm gonna let him remain nameless right now because he did some things where he needs to remain nameless. But when that used to happen, he used to say to us, but bring rain, hailstorm, earthquake. You know, and you know, he didn't mean the word for however. But you know, anytime, you know, the older brothers was talking to us and you know, our attention, you know, we got distracted by that. Yeah, that was so a lot of these things, that's what I'm saying. Like it was, you know, a lot of stuff, it was like, man, you deal with that. You know, you gotta deal with that. I mean, we used to be there with each other, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, my pops return or whatever, you know what I'm saying, brothers, you know. But, you know, we kids, so we don't know the whole, we don't know everything life is about. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what life is all the way yet. You said bombing your brothers or sisters or putting someone in a hot seat, the universe would beat down. So those is all a little bit different. But one guy said that shuts him down and makes him not want to build with others. I mean, here's the thing though. This is what I'm saying, right? Rasta is out there. They see all these things what you're saying right there, right? You know, being there, you know, getting bombed, you know, being in the hot seat, you know, being under the pressure of, you know, listen, if this goes left, it can go all the way left, right? That prepared me for all these things right here. Like you need that. That's what I'm saying. See that's man stuff right there. It's not just men's, but see, look, when you see small animals and shit, baby lions or whatever, and they roughhousing with each other, they need that. That's how they growing and developing their strength and skill for when they really got to go out there and use that to survive. You see, a lot of these people that you see falling by the wayside and all that, or brothers that you saying that look, they thin skinned. You ask them a question and now they go, you wisdom knowledge. Nah, that was a part of what you was doing, man. Like, see, look, and this is you just saying, but look, that's what I'm telling you. See, we see, I went to FOI. When I graduated from FOI, right, I was able to rise through the ranks to be a captain. See, a lot of dudes today, I'm not going to say you went to MGT, but you went to GCC. See, I went through the military training of men and boys that belong to our God. See, other cats, you just taught how to act at home and abroad. And so these things seem harsh to you. You know what I'm saying? But, you play sports, how many quality? So you know how sometimes, those toughest things that you go through, right? Those are the things that you feel, you know what I'm saying? These are things you feel the best about. These are things that you really grow and develop from. So that was, they was preparing me to go out into the world, you know what I'm saying, where, nobody was bearing witness to what I was saying. And stand there and manifest. You know what I'm saying? And, at least, and, the world was the world at that time. We talk about, at least in New York City, we talk about the peak of the bad times. You know what I'm saying? So, it's not like we was going to college campuses or, you know what I'm saying, we going, in the meadow somewhere to teach and shit. We going back in the projects. You know what I'm saying? We over there under the L train by the store and shit. You know what I'm saying? And, the things that's around us, man, we really in hell. But we got to maintain heaven and shit. So that was, that was how you was. And then you got to look at the generations before me. Like I'm saying, I got to go back out there. They had to go back out there when it's 50 matches, it's 55%. It's, and look, and when they was doing it in the 60s, that's the peak of the gang era in New York. So when you go out there and you say, yo, I'm God and you try and teach people, the gangs feel like you try and recruit on their block. And they ain't trying to have that. So yeah, you couldn't be in, those are the people that taught me. So, that was the way it was. said, I noticed some referring to men as alpha and beta. Uh, in the 5%. I mean, these are terms that I know these terms. Not like I'm not familiar with it, but oh, so you're just talking about in general. Um, just speaking on emotions. Uh, I think I'm gonna reach back into what Supreme Justice was saying earlier in terms of you know alpha and beta just kind of comes down to if your mind is in control, right? If or something else, and by something else, I mean like uh, your physical body or your emotions. You understand what I'm saying? Like if, for instance, dudes that you know, uh, you can get so caught up in the desire for a woman, right? Which is mostly physical, right? Then you're gonna be doing a lot of secondary shit. You know what I mean? A lot of shit that should be secondary. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna be able to be the piece of steel with the magnetic. To put it that's probably the best way to put it in terms of the lessons. You know what I'm saying? When you allow something other than your mind to be the piece of steel with the magnetic, then you get into that kind of behavior and shit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's off your square. You're not perpendicular at that point. You see what I'm saying? So now that something else is the piece of steel with the magnetic and in control, then yeah, you become secondary but most necessary. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. When the four devils, you know what I'm saying, or whatever it is, right? Because everybody ain't got the same four devils that they got to conquer. So see, it could even be something like drugs, right? And you got people that do shit that you never would have did except that you on drugs. They just all levels of deviant shit that you would go for because the drugs is the piece of steel with the magnetic. Uh, well, yeah, well, say less is, one in four devils for some people. Manipulated by the power. Hey, listen, this is shout out to Big Head. This is Big Head special. He used to say, "Don't let the power you power you." that, that was, you know, is it see I power her or her power I see? See, this is I did a whole shift. Submitting versus controlling. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean, but this is because I'm the original controlling narcissist. Before that term even really, before that even hit the mainstream. Like I think the first time I heard those words, uh, it was directed at me. So some women have a hard time with the term submit. I mean, this is one of the things that I'm saying. This is in 1934 when the lesson was written, 1964 when we got them, these kinds of things wasn't, that this wasn't common conversation, right? You know, when the lesson was written in 1930, you still have women going to school for domestic stuff. She said they automatically think of controlling. Uh, see, here's, you know, see, this is one of them things, right, where you can't have it both ways. Because, see, men understand some things a certain way. And you cannot like the words if you want. But see, you cannot protect something that you cannot control. Like all of the things that, I mean, how could you, like, if you got a dog and you can't control the dog, he keeps running out in the street, you can't stop him from getting hit by a car. You can't protect him. Like, even amongst dudes, right? There's that dude that's like, nah, bro, if you go over there, I ain't going no place with you. And whatever happened to you, you better handle it yourself. Because you out of control, bro. Like, we go over there, you start beefing with motherfuckers that ain't even beefing with us. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get you like saying, come on, let's go. And you agitating shit to where now everybody can lose their life. So, you know, there's some elements of control, right? Where, or what's perceived as control, right? Where the man says, look, don't go to this place. The woman's mind just hears you trying to hold me back from being my full, living my full, what do you call it? My full best life. It's something over there that you don't want me to deal with because you hate women. But see, men is like not like that. We're thinking in terms of, you know, look, the shit that's over there, right? You could possibly get in a situation that, see, then I'm gonna have to, like, now you put me in a situation where, you know, anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? Now, is that control or protection? She said, so how do you utilize your control as it pertains to your earth? Uh, you see, this is where 24896 comes in now. Because, you know, if I got to do extra shit except shine the light to keep her in the orbit, because see, each planet, right? Yeah, they all rotating around the sun. But see, there's characteristics of those planets from their mass to their composition to their atmosphere to if they have water or not, that determines how far they revolve around the sun. Whether it's 67 million miles, 93 million miles, 142, 483, whatever it is, right? There's something about that planet that causes it to revolve in the place where it's at. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got some planets that's more like Jupiter is gas. So see, you know, if I got to be dragging you back from 483 million miles and shit to 93 million miles, you wasn't 24896. And then I'm going through trials and tribulations because I either didn't realize or didn't want to accept who you really are. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, one, should hope that you have a woman, right? Or you're meeting women that are in control. that is civilized and righteous. You know what I'm saying? You know, we hitting pretty hard right now, so I don't want to name no particular name, but look, we got women in society, right? That we say, look, they're out of control. I said I had me a few Mercuries in my day. Look, I'm gonna just tell you, like I said earlier, when you're dealing with Mercury, one rotation. Mercury is sheer chaos. You see, not for nothing, women will tell you that. Like if you meet a woman and you don't tell her in a very early phase, like the first couple of conversations that look at certain shit I don't like, then they're gonna tell you that, well, listen, this is how you met me. this, this is what I was doing. You didn't have no problem with a thing. So why are you saying something now? Do I think that women have not been taught how to respect a man? I know that. I don't think it. And it's not just that, but you got to remember, you can't be told for your whole life that somebody hates you, you know, they against you, they're trying to hold you back, they're not giving you the job you want, they, you know, and you don't develop no animosity to these people. Harmony and quality, you hit that on the head. Joe Smith, right? Which I don't know what's going on with Joe Smith. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this was already what you call, like, this was already a beta move to marry this woman. But you know, at the end of the day, you're right. She told him that when you met me, this is how it was. See, you know, one of the first things of respect, right, is respecting somebody's space. And you know, that is one of the kind of rallying cries where, you know, women want to be in, you know, these male spaces. You know, respect that this is, you know, y'all got the women's locker room, we got the men's locker room. Just respect that space. See, just even that don't exist. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. I mean, yeah, hey, listen. That was, and mind you, you know, like his wife was not just like a stripper. You know, she wasn't just like a, you know, a woman that, you know, uh, she kind of let loose in college or something like that. That's not the, you know, I don't know what's going on with Joe Smith. He said, I know men say they don't care about numbers and who the woman was with prior to him. Uh, in my opinion, that comes off TV. Uh, and and because I mean, I just uh, and I say this too, right? Uh, in my in my what I've seen is that dudes that don't care about numbers, right, is most likely because they don't care about these women. Like, look, this is gonna sound harsh right here. This is gonna sound harsh. Hey, look, this might be the end of the channel, but look, we had a good time. We had a good time. We can say we went out with a bang. But look, if you go to rent a car, right? You get off the airplane, you go to the rent a car desk, and they say, look, we got a car that somebody just brought it back. They was just driving it, they just turned it in. We got it here right now. You're not gonna care about that. As long as they clean the car up, fill it back up with gas, and it's still working, you don't care who rented it last. You don't care how many people rented it. Now let's switch that to you go to the car lot to buy a new car. Right? This is yours now. You're putting this in the garage. This is with the neighbors. The neighbors, when you go and tell them, yo, look, I spent $80,000 on this. You come back with a beat up Yugo, a beat up 1994 Yugo. The people come and they say, look, we know you came for a new car. We got this car over here. We still selling it for the brand new price, but it's had 150 owners, and each one of them crashed. I'm just saying, somebody type one in the box if there's no difference between those two situations. If you're saying that either way, right, it's the same situation. 150 renters, right, in a car that you only gonna have for the weekend versus 150 owners in a car you're gonna park in your driveway. That you're gonna keep. Look, that rented car, if it breaks down, right, because of the 150 owners, the 150 renters, right, it's not on you. See, if the engine falls out of this car that you bought, then what? And look, I know what you're going to say, women are not cars. I understand that. But I'm just asking if there's no difference there, why you think Listen, of all the stuff we said, you think that's going to be the thing that shut me down? I'm just telling you that that's how dudes think, you know. And see, here's the other thing, right? You can't just see body count is not a solo number. Body count is not a solo number. You understand what I'm saying? See, like I said, each one of them dudes have crashed the whip. Each one of them have left some type of trauma, right, on that woman that is going to be expressed in a lot of different ways. Yeah, I mean, but you know, see now look, sometime I think this must have happened in the late '90s. You know, I'm not totally aware, but at some point, right, having a high body count became a revolutionary act. You know, like this is, you know, nobody controls me. I do what I want to do. You know, I can do what men do. You know, she's a revolutionary act. Self-realization said her bonding capabilities is one. Yeah, that's exactly. You know, or just the amount of like where you in like a straight jacket dealing with this person, right? Where look, you wave your left hand like that, and they say, this guy that did this to me, he used to wave his left hand like that. So now I gotta serve justice for what all these 150 dudes with these 150 dudes did to you. I gotta pay the price. Nah. Nah. Not at all. What do I think about polygamy? I mean, you know, again, uh, you know, that's whatever people, if that's how they do, that's how they do. I'm asking because if one wants to also deal with Mercury's and Venus, why not deal in that instead of lying? Uh, well, you know, lying is a little bit beta, you know, because I'm just strictly in the context of the relationship. I'm not talking about like you're lying to, you're trying to steal millions of dollars from somebody, but I'm saying when you're lying, uh, you know, because you don't want to be in trouble, right? Then the question is, uh, who's the authority over you, right? If you're saying you God, who's the authority over you? Why you gotta lie to them? Like what they was gonna do, what they was gonna do if you told them the truth. You know what I'm saying? And you can lie to, deceive somebody out of something where you benefiting. Uh, you can lie. There's people that lie just for conversation, just to have something interesting to say. Or you lying because you don't want to be in trouble. So, I mean, who you going to get in trouble with? So I guess that's something else. But on the flip side, right? The reality is the 80-20 rule does apply to women's attraction to men. Meaning 80% of the women like 20% of the men. So a lot of women are not accepting that the dude that you like, that's how he is. The same way a lot of dudes is not accepting that. Yeah, the girl that you like, that's how she is. So you said that's the thing. But what if those are things you all agreed upon? All right, now that's you changing the dynamic as we go. So what you're saying is that once he's the son of man that agreed that he shouldn't be the son of man searching for trillions of years. Woo. Look, this has been a great last show. This has been a great last show. So you said, so when does discipline come into place? I mean, but see, this is what I'm saying. Some brothers it's not discipline. Like, look, I remember one time, listen. One time, look, I'm sitting in the rally, right? And I had a woman with me at the rally that time, right? And his brother is up in front of the rally and shit, and he's building this shit, right? He's going in and he gets on this topic, right? And I used to hate when they used to do that. Because see, like you said, look, I'm a young guy, so I'm, 18, 19. You know what I'm saying? And so, a couple times, man, brothers eviscerated me, man. Like you just said some shit where it's like, yo, bro, why you said that? Like, don't you see her saying, why would you say some shit like that, bro? Now it's just, so we at the rally, and the brother says, suddenly he gets on the topic of brothers having more than one earth, right? And he says, He says, look, man, I only got one earth, and because I can't deal with no more earths because I'm not that powerful. So look, but here's the thing though. When he said that, even the women didn't like that. Even when they didn't like that he said, he wasn't that powerful. They was all like, whoa. Like I get your point, but don't say that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that happened. But one time, it was that nigga Big Head too, man. This motherfucker, boy. Woo! This motherfucker, boy. You talk about a time when I wanted to get up and just choke a motherfucker. You see what I'm saying, right? I mean, he died down. But look, he did one time I was about to choke this motherfucker, man. Also, I wanted to choke this motherfucker for a couple of months. Sitting at the rally. Same black woman, right? And during this time, the brothers came up with an idea, the older brothers, you know what I'm saying? I'm a young guy at this. So, I'm in the mix, I'm in these conversations, but I'm saying I'm not pushing the ideas, you know what I'm saying? So brothers is like, yo, they was gonna have a party for Dora. Some, they was just like, yeah, we just gonna throw a party for Dora, just, for the guys and shit, you know what I'm saying? And another group of brothers was like, yo, well, we can't just throw no party for Dora. We gotta throw the party for Dora and Willeen. You know what I'm saying? So, it's like a thing back and forth. So then it becomes a thing, well, look, okay, we can throw a party, and shout out to Willeen. You know what? I fucked up. Because I went out there. I didn't miss it. We had to have that level of respect. But yeah, I went to Willeen's memorial. Allah's first wife, Allah and be Allah's mom. You know what I'm saying? I never have met her. You know what I'm saying? But I had to go out there to show my respect. So, that's my fault for not, mentioning that that's, it's a part of Allah's history. So, but at any rate, so now it comes down to they saying that it's going to be one party, right? And then other people are saying like, nah, it can't be one party. So, the conversations is going and going and going. So it gets to a point where it's like they take it to the front of the rally. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's building on why they think it should be how it is and shit, right? And so, the one brother gets up there and he starts talking about how, this is, the brother he dealing with these two women, like, you know what I'm saying? How they gonna get along when they see each other and all that. You know what I'm saying? They different when boom, boom, he's talking, right? This motherfucker looks me dead in my face. I feel like look at a motherfucker walking back and forth at the rally like this, right? Motherfucker look like this. See? Because I know some brothers in here right now that deal with more than one woman and they don't want the women to fight. bro, bro. You gonna do little brother like that? You gonna this what you wanna say? Look, and I'm sorry, she's sitting right here. And listen, and she ain't say nothing till we left. And she was like, "Yeah, I noticed that he looked you right in your face when he said that. That he ain't looking around, so he looked me dead in my face." Yeah, yeah. Like scrambling. Why would you do me like this, man? Why would you? Why would you? Yo, listen. I wanted to get up and choke his ass right there. Yes. Wait, what you say? You like him? Whose side are you on here? But I didn't even know how. Like, how did I get caught up in that? Like, how did I? Like, bro, this don't got nothing to do with me, man. Like this shit y'all talking about, I wasn't even born then. I'm not even like as they. This is one of them things where I'm just here. You know, the older brothers going back and forth. I'm a fly on the wall. My shit was right. Talk about me, man. Talk about your own fucking self. But yeah, that was 2 days right there. You know, it was some other days, but those was 2 days that I wish I came to rally by myself. He said maybe he wasn't looking at me. Well, look, we both noticed. It wasn't just me that noticed. That he looked me dead in my face. He said, moving forward, did I bring? I mean, well, yeah, I brought her for years, but those wasn't. Well, no, I give him credit for that. Now he definitely, he wasn't somebody that was inept around women by a long shot. He said I was still dealing in my filthy affairs. What side are you on here, man? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know what kind of knowledge you doing, man. I don't know. I don't know what it is that you yeah, but that's see you doing the knowledge, right? But I don't it don't look like you're using the right judgment because you seeing it wrong. This is not this is not a story about me. This is brothers about brothers saying the wrong thing. Somehow you flip this into it's not my business, they filthy affairs. Guys did a lot of shit to me like that. I don't know, now I think about it, I mean, that was at the rally. So yeah, that stood out. But now I think about it, man. Yo, I mean, I shouldn't even be maintaining with some motherfuckers, man. You said you saw the other lives. What's the other lives? Yeah, yeah, we the see for me, you gotta remember, the candy, the money, that was small. The principles, that was used to make decisions, uh, that had to change. So, uh, really, I'm not, that focused on it. You know what I'm saying? Not like I don't want it, but there's just a bigger picture there. You know what I'm saying? And the bigger picture is that, uh, we don't just correct the situation, right, and put a band aid on it, uh, but that, we change, we adjust the foundation to what it's supposed to be so that whatever is built on top of that uh, can be right and exact. It can have a strong foundation. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times it's just like the way you're doing things, it's already a rinky dink foundation. So everything that you do gotta be like superhero shit in order for you to be successful because the foundation is weak. With Cyrus for security, well actually at this point, Y'all have caused me to be security for the night. It's not that much longer. Which, like I tell you, look, I already did a shift now. I already did a shift. Y'all supposed to pay me my $35 an hour. So yeah, pretty much I've been here. I don't know what's going on outside. I ain't do no rounds out there. Yeah, I ain't checked the perimeter and all that, but nobody do no bricking here, man. Yeah, $35 to $50 an hour. I like that. Shit, those type of numbers, you go 8 hours a day. But you know, these things, you know what I'm saying? This is all we getting a little into the last little bit of time has been like that. Where this just some of the shit that happened to me, some of the things that I dealt with over the time of being in 5%, said, why don't you charge for these sessions? Good question. Probably, the way they started, you know what I'm saying? It didn't really start like that. You know what I'm saying? And then, monetization just came in over time and shit and everything, but it was never my focus and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even to the point where, like I had a couple of situations. You know what I'm saying? Like I had a situation with Umar Johnson. And I had a situation with Lord Jamal. You know what I'm saying? Where, I could have went that route and just, put their names in the thumbnails and, talk shit about them and going back and forth with them. I probably have a lot more motherfucking subscribers now and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then I could just harp on all those issues. You know what I'm saying? I could go at everybody, they knowledge ain't right and exact and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna do that. So I know we speak of time, but you can be making use of your time. Like, yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. The other days when I'm not on, or even some days when you see I come on late and I might be on just an hour or something like that, and I'm out here. That's what it is. This is that's the thing with this. See, I chalk it up to, people like scams. People like scammers. See, because there's a whole formula to it. Where, see, I can just go, right? Get some jewelry and a fancy car. And then, people would just pay you because they think you're rich. You selling them, yo, I'm gonna sell you my way how I got rich, yo. Sell you, yo, the 5%, the 5% side hustle guy. People like shit like that more so than they like just hearing the truth. So, once again, look, harmony, equality. This is what you're saying. You're saying that it's because of y'all that I'm a poor righteous teacher. Just you listen. You let everybody else in the chat know that's them. That they should be taking the pour out of my lessons, but they're being remiss right now. But that's why I've decided to copyright my science too. So at the very least, you have to pay me royalties if you say what I say. If you say what I say, I'm gonna have my people contact your people and have them tell you to give me my fucking money. You gotta see, listen, I told you, look, like you said, once a month, we're gonna have a discount. We're gonna have the baby science. The baby science will be on sale once a month. It'd be like Amazon Prime Day. I don't know. We haven't decided yet. We got to see what the demand. We got to see what demand looks like. You know what I'm saying? Once everything is manufactured. Said, Brother Churchill does not suggest joining everyone's lives. I mean, I don't watch all the lives either. Some people that certain love says selling knowledge. Now look, that's a factor, right? We don't do that. But see, at a certain point, right, we've moved beyond that. See what I'm saying? Like, this is not just the knowledge. This is not just 120 lessons or me, telling you the basic stuff. This is stuff that, I had to put in the pain of life in order to achieve. You know what I'm saying? I had to sit at the rally with somebody looking me in my face in front of my herb, telling me, right, that, saying that, yeah, I know brothers in here that got more than one woman and they don't want to know. You understand what I'm saying? All the things, like I said, look, I had to be out there when it was 18 degrees before the wind chill. You know what I'm saying? All the drills, everything that, what I'm saying, you have to do all types of sparring, all types of shit. Like even working out, the guys got me into that. Brothers, listen, man, a strong mind and a weak body is a contradiction. So, he started telling me, he started calling me So, yo, I'm at the crib right now. Come by and shit. I used to go to his rest, and he'll have like he had boxes of lessons. I'm talking about like U-Haul boxes that you move big furniture in, full of lessons. And he had the boxes out, you know what I'm saying? And he had the weight bench. The weight bench will already be set up. You know what I'm saying? And I come through, he'd be like, yo, God, do a couple sets, right? Do a couple sets. Then he'd give me one of the papers, one of the lessons out of the box and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that was, that was one of the brothers that I knew that seen things in me that was like, yo, come over here, let me show you something. You know what I'm saying? So, that stuff rises a little above, just saying I'm selling knowledge. At this point, I think we probably I think we covered every degree. You know what I'm saying? Like if I stopped right now, people could go back and we covered the knowledge. See this right here, this is a little bit more than that. Now look, you got people, that's what I'm saying. When I'm thinking selling knowledge, I'm saying like, look, you got 120 lessons on sale on Amazon. That's selling knowledge. Or, if people came here, right, and said they wanted to get the knowledge, right? They wanted to get the knowledge, and I was like, no doubt, yo, uh, that's 1999. We take cards, Cash App, PayPal. That's selling the knowledge. When you don't get me wrong, in terms of us, supporting the nation, we're not talking about, dues in terms of we know what they for, but just if that's, not the something that you paying so that we can prosper, but you paying just so you can be with us, then you're selling the knowledge. Oh, there goes your brother right there. Yes, I'm saying. I seen him on here before. Symmetry 7. Yeah, we just had a young brother on here said you was his football coach. Symmetry 7, this is a show right here where, listen, we've made some statements, we've covered some topics where we're actually not sure. We're not sure that when we wake up in the morning, there's going to be a random Jewish channel. So, we decided to just go ahead and rock out, just in case this is it. But you came in at the end. Like I told everybody, look, I redid a whole shift. Yeah, that's peace, man. Yeah, I got. Hey, listen, man. Hey, look. We got a new. We got a new friend here, Rasta Rasta. Rasta Rasta came on, and that was about an hour and a half. We had about an hour and a half challenge from Rasta Rasta. Then it took a turn into uh, some kind of relationship talk. I ain't sure, you know, but see what it is this month, right? It's been just a lot of going on, man. So that's why I told people, look, next week I'm gonna be back on my game. If we still, if we still have a channel, right? Next week I'm gonna be back on. I'm gonna be back on. We gonna stay focused because look, I had a show prepared, man. I had some signs prepared to build on, and then I let it get out of control. So I'm gonna tell you another thing too. I stayed up all night Sunday, and so the last 2 days I've been resting all day. Like when I started the live today, I got here about 45 minutes before I started. Ah man, you gotta know. Listen, she's already she's cost me the channel. After the step and listen, that's it. Matter of fact, now we got you here. We're trying to figure out the tiger nuts because Mr. Spot, what's the deal, Mr. Spot? But yeah, I was telling Harmony Equality that I would have had a whole different life. You know, I could have been president of the United States. If you know it would have been made known to me that you got to handle tiger nuts to be a 5%. Then that first day, if instead of seeing the brother writing down the mathematics, I had seen him write down that, right? I would have got up, went back to class, and that would have been could have been an astrophysicist or something. Instead of getting caught up with you 5%. So it's called Chufa. See, that's the name you should put. You should put that thing. Hold up. Let me look that up and see if it helps. See if it helps any. It's not. What is that in a different language or something? Oh, I see here. So Chufa seeds. Yeah, nah, still no go. It's still it's still a no go. Showing love. He said, yeah, I wouldn't have been 5%. If they look, if they would have told me that day one, they did some things like, look, see, I didn't know about the 5%ers. Like if I would have known that y'all was who y'all was and the things that y'all do, right, I would not became a 5%. I only knew about the science. You know what I'm saying? Like I was walking and moving around people, but you know, these are all people that, you know, we interacting with like this. You know, people that do certain shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would have not had I known that all of this shit was involved in shit. You know, I thought I was going to just learn the math, you know, study the lessons. You know, we was gonna, you know, we was living our life and everything. Had no idea. You see a lot of shit you don't notice. You know, when you 15, you ain't noticing. 4.5%. Listen, I wouldn't even. I would have left y'all alone, man. Like you got look. This is what you got. Look, that same brother, right? That I seen you writing down in mathematics. You gotta remember, you know, by continuing to maintain with him, right? Let me see. Okay, two of my first three adolescent arrests, right, was with him. Cutting school, like everything. Like, had I stayed away from him, man, not saying that he was the whole bad crowd and there wasn't no shit that I introduced into the to the cipher, but uh things would have went a lot different if he would have showed me something that said handling tiger nets on it instead of the supreme mathematics. But see, like we was just saying, like, look, if I would have known that I'm gonna be at the rally and the brothers gonna look me dead in my face, right? Sitting next to my woman and say what he said, yeah, well, that's the type of thing where it's like, yo, why would I want to be around a group of people like this? But you know, at the end of the day, you know, love is love, man. It happened the way it happened. That was the way it was supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? I didn't run into y'all, and you know, y'all didn't run me away from the knowledge before you know, I even got a chance to experience it. You know, there's a lot of people too. Like, look, right now, Rasta would be thanking y'all. You know how many people would be like, yo, bro, if you had a way to stop him from getting knowledge, why didn't you do that? See, y'all might be stuck with the other Darkim. See, I don't know about him. Standing one day, this is the last story I would tell. this is the last story I would tell. Right? Then we get out of here. Did somebody have a tiger in their house? And yeah. The dude right up here in the projects, he had a tiger and an alligator. But I'm standing one day. I can't remember where I'm standing, but I'm like, I'm on the Ave somewhere, wherever I'm at. You know what I'm saying? It's, I'm in the open with people. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not, but it's nothing going on. I'm just standing around. I can't remember specifically what I was doing, but these brothers roll up on me, right? Now roll up on, they come up and shit, say peace God, yeah, peace God. So we building this shit, right? And brothers like, yo, God, what's the signs, man? Yo, we heard you got bombed up on Boston Road. Like what? Like, everybody's been bombed. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't never been bombed, if you had the knowledge more than 2 weeks, and you haven't been bombed, you've been around the wrong people. You ain't gonna make it. So, it wasn't that, but it's that, look, I'm I'm not, oh, that guy right there, I'm done. People know, you know what I'm saying? So coming to me like, yo, God, we heard you got bombed. And first they just said, we heard you got bombed. I'm like, what? Because mind you, even the people that's saying it, it's like, what? You know what I'm saying? So eventually they say, yeah, we heard you was up on Boston Road and you didn't know your degrees. So when they said Boston Road, it hit me that, oh, they talking about that other guy that calls himself Darkim, but nobody really knew him like that. I knew him because I used to be up there with the brother Wise. So, I went up there and, after there was only one Darkim after that. Like listen, I'm so look, I was tight because look, we kids. So, why you come up and say that? Like what? So I'm just saying that had I never got the knowledge, right, then I never would have stripped that name from him. You know what I'm saying? And to my knowledge, I think he pretty much I think he fell victim that day. Like I never saw or heard from him again. You know what I'm saying? But just think, right? If I never would have got the knowledge, that day would have never happened. And now he would be sitting here right now, not knowing his degrees, building on a live stream. The butterfly effect. She said he distilled back. Like, I don't know if he ever was drawing up, because I'm saying from the time I met him, he never knew his degrees. Like that's why when they said who it was, like, oh, that cat, yeah, he, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to say, look, I went up there by myself, dude. I went up there by myself, man. And look, he was out there his whole block and everything. But that one, that had me a little bit. That it reflected onto me. I couldn't handle that. So Harmony Equality said, even the fake Darkim. So you saying you would have still drawing up signs even from the fake Darkim? That's what you're saying. But yeah, that's who y'all would have been stuck with. There's a whole bunch of people I could think of. Hey, look, y'all will all be wearing fezzes and capes right now, and calling Cape Man your enlightenment. Born Mastermind, you still be calling Born Mastermind your enlightenment. Hey, look, there might not be in the law school in Mecca video page. You take me out the equation. If you take me out the equation, right, a couple of things change. a couple a couple of things change, man, if you take me out the equation, man. Power Rangers. You know, I like to say, uh, I remember when these types of shows was coming out. That was another thing that, I don't think everybody lost that. I don't think everybody lost that, but yeah, I lost some of that childhood like that. Like the Power Rangers, like a lot of things that was, coming out that was for kids and shit, right? I felt like, yo, I'm rolling with men and shit. We guys, I got no time to be playing and shit. Like, yo, look, I'm going to the avenue, we saving the world, man. So for instance, like the Cosby Show, I missed a lot of it. Like when I saw it, Rudy like didn't have no teeth or something. And then by the time I saw it again, uh, the light skinned girl was on the show. Rudy was like a grown woman or something. To see like Mr. Spock and them and the Jan Sports strings and all that. I had no idea none of that stuff was happening with other kids in my age group. The brothers, I was talking about criminals or turned into criminals. We're talking about that. The brother who first showed me the mathematics. But English, I saw him writing it down. You talking about the brothers that I first, we first saw, was introduced to knowledge around the same time. Nah, we all just came of that age um, at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And we all had uh, we had influences from our house, right? That we all kind of knew what we was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like we was new to doing what we was doing, but we wasn't new to we was hip. You know what I'm saying? So we started doing our stuff together. The brothers from the generation that came with me, that was just the background of New York City at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like in New York City at that time, uh, you was getting into crime and shit fairly early, 12, 13, 14, you was already, committing your first crime. So uh, it wasn't necessarily like the 5%ers or the people around me, but you got to remember that, see, we the generation that they was talking about when they made the Biden crime bill. Like it was just, and it's not a New York thing. When I see the stories from LA and Chicago and all these other places, it's pretty much the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Is that you know the Reaganomics was a certain thing, right? And in the '80s, it started seeming like everybody that had a job was a sucker. You know what I'm saying? And all the real money was right here. You know what I'm saying? And it was easy to have your mind warped because it didn't take much at that time for you to be making more money than your parents. And so there was a distortion in kind of the moral codes of a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And me and a lot of the other brothers from that generation, we got caught up in thinking that the streets was the promised land because it wasn't just that you was getting money, but it allowed you to not have no authority over you. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't have to listen to your parents, you didn't have to listen to the teacher, you had to listen to the police. Yeah, I'm talking about the hip hop generation. I'm talking, the 70s, that's a different dynamic where those people came out of the gangs. The gangs that existed, even if they wasn't in the gangs, they was, in this ganged up environment. So, what got them into things was something different. Same what you said in Canada, the 10% made the TABS program for our generation similar to the Biden crime bill. Yes, so yes, it was sweeping, I guess across North America. And look, that was a part of it too. Exactly what you're saying, the hip hop generation, right? Uh, we was, at least the people that, my direct peers, right? We never directly experienced Jim Crow. Like there was still some events that happened, don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? But uh we was much more defiant, you know what I'm saying, of like we felt like that, like the disco generation and the soul generation and the jazz generation was on some step and fetch it shuffling shit. You always telling us this shit like we're supposed to be afraid. You know what I'm saying? And we, just our mentality was uh was different and it came across in the music. You know what I'm saying? Like the 60s, the James Brown and them, yeah, they gonna produce Black and I'm Proud and change is gonna come and all that, but they not gonna make fuck the police. So yeah, all of that kind of had an impact on it. You know what I'm saying? And in those ways, we could laugh and joke, but yeah, that being the environment that I was in and knowing the people that I knew and starting to get into the things that I was getting into, uh, without the knowledge, uh, I would have been, I would have been in trouble. I'd have been in trouble. You know, it's a possibility that I would have been president of the United States. It's another possibility that, I might just be getting out the penitentiary right now. Said there was a Ice Cube head on Twitter saying he put that death music in motion. Symmetry 7 said our schools weren't fully integrated until the year I was born. But see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. All around that time that we born, changes being made. But by the time we really become aware of society, these changes have already been made. You know what I'm saying? So we never experienced it the old way. Like, you know, we used to talk about that. Like, we used to look at the films, right? You know, the films where they show the like the police and the fire department putting the dogs in the fire hoses on the people. Like, that's the type of shit we used to talk about. Like, yeah, see, now that couldn't be me, yo. If I was there, I would have popped off. So yeah, that was a marked difference. You know, from the hip hop generation to, you know, back to the disco generations. You know what I'm saying? You know, the difference between you know, the uh you know, the Fab Five from the Fab Five from Michigan, as opposed to all those teams that came before them that was from, like you said, the R&B and disco era. You know, but that was uh you know, when you back up the tape a little bit more, right? You know, that was the plan for that group of people that I came with, right? This is the plan to keep us from, you know, materializing any benefit from the integration and you know, whatever other you know, social uh, advancements was made, right? You know, it's already been written in since the 13th Amendment, right? That, you know, we can keep these people in a certain state if they commit crimes. You know what I'm saying? You could just look at, like, in New York, I think they said in 1970, it was either 6 or 8 prisons in the whole state of New York. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the proliferation of all of that and everything, that was the reason for that. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, a lot of us ran headfirst into hell. Symmetry 7 said our experience was unique in the sense that although the changes were made, the people in power were still not prepared to deal with the transition. Yeah. And so that became the way, is that, look, we're gonna just warehouse these people. You know, and in New York State, you know, one of the particular ways that it worked, right, is that you know, starting already from the 1950s, things were starting to get outsourced. You know, you had a lot of farms, a lot of farm communities in upstate New York, a lot of factory manufacturing communities upstate, and those economies was being destroyed. And so that was another part of it, is that, we're going to warehouse these people that we can't use, right? And we don't want them flooding into the mainstream society and economy. And then we got these people over here, and we're going to pay them to watch these people that we need to lock up. So Symmetry said they're doing that with the brown seed Sri Lankans up here, making them the face of crime. There's a science to that, I was looking at, even when you see all this new immigration, right? Somebody's got to be at the bottom of society. And so, if you don't want to be at the bottom of society, right, one of the strategies that you might use is to bring in a specific population of people to be at the bottom of society. Like, see, if you got a top 10% of people, right, that got the ridiculous amount of money over everybody else, then you got to have a bottom 10% of people, right, that got less money than everybody else. Black people is 13%. It's the scene in Going with the Wind. I never saw Going with the Wind. My pops used to watch Going with the Wind every time it came on. Like, that was his thing. He used to watch these black and white movies all the time. The movies without the can. He didn't like movies with the canned laughter and TV shows. He never used to watch none of that. He used to always watch all these black and white movies like that. And the only thing I remember from that whole movie is, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That's the only thing I remember from that movie. Like, I didn't even know it was slaves in that movie. I didn't know like that had anything to do with it. I only saw Clark Gable and the woman, whatever her name was. She says, I still be saying, hey, listen, man. Listen. But look, and did a little overtime. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. Look, Rasta. I'm gonna hit you up when I'm getting back on. So you come back, we deal with some science. Look, I should bring some medical professionals on here for you. You say here, Certain Love, it's not for everybody. You would have never not been Darkim. A lot of brothers you knew probably left. I commend you for your journey. I mean, listen, I don't. We got Arabi. Yeah, we put her all night. It was. Listen, it was. Things got out of control. So we decided to just. But you got to live this stuff out. like, yeah, there's some things that, like you said, okay, that was maybe preordained right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, for my whole, at least for the time I was 4 years old, right? You know, there's specific brothers that I know right now to this day, right? That used to be on the blocks that I lived on as a little kid. Like there's people that, you know what I'm saying, I know where like, get out of here. Like when I found out, like, yeah, the guys used to be over here, the guys used to be over there, the guys, like, what are you talking about? I used to play in the park right there. I never saw nobody saying it was God. You know, I tell you, I was in the store. The first time I heard somebody saying that, I was in the store playing video games. The dude came in the store and he said, yo, Jerry just said he's God. I knew Jerry. She lived in the first floor of my building. So when he said he's God, and I'm playing the game, but at the same time, I'm paying attention over here, like what's happening. So all my man dies, all my, you get 3 men, boom, within like 45 seconds, they're gone. And then, so I go outside and I ask Jerry, yo, you just said you God? So he said, yeah. So I said, yo, if you God, then where you came from? And he said, I came from my mother. And so then I said, oh, you came from your mother? Oh, no, see, I'm stronger than you because I came from my father. And I went back in the store to play video games. I didn't think about it again. So that's how I know that, yeah, you could be all around it, right? But you still got to live it out. You can predict that history. That history can be predicted. But you still got to live it out. And if you don't live it out, somebody else will live. Somebody else would have slid into my position. You know what I'm saying? Now, all those things wouldn't have happened. But, look, there would have been some other young brother, right, that the older brothers saw something in and they would have built with him. But, we can't just, to a certain degree, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, right? But beware of that, see, you can't just set up home, right? And wait, for, because at that point, you that mystery God. You know what I'm saying? If you just setting up home, waiting for predictions and destiny to take its course. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, everybody on here right now, right? They chose themselves. Like it's a little bit different now because people is all over, but look, I used to be in the cipher, man, 50, 75 people. You know what I'm saying? 50 or 75 people. Look, we are all getting the knowledge. When I look around right now, a lot, I can't put a number on it. But, over half of us, at least, they not around no more. So yeah, that absolutely had to be the thing. You know what I'm saying? It absolutely it had to be consciously manifested. It stuff don't just happen. Like see, Allah could have seen what he seen, right? And then just said, nah, she can't, nah. Let me double down. Let me double down on my religious shit because I'm having some ideas here that ain't coinciding with the religious shit. Let me double down and get even more pious. You see, the history wasn't just predicted, it was lived out. See, that's something the last live what we was building on. Is that see, a lot of motherfuckers gotta understand. Right? And then he said, yo, I got my own understanding. I see shit my own way. I don't agree with nobody. I see it my way, right? But look, this is the thing. You can see yourself as a bird. That could be your understanding that you're a bird, right? That's your understanding. Now, let's go to culture. And let me see you live that out. Go up to Mount Mars Park and jump off the fire thing there that's up there at the top of the Mount Mars Park. And now let's all you shall improve your understanding. I remember it was a dude. I said it was the last story. Now this is the last story for real. And listen, it was this dude that he got ate up by bears. Him and this lady, he convinced this lady that the bears was his friends and shit. Right? And that they could go out and live with the bears. You know, that's what he thought. That's what when he was out there, he's interacting with them, right? What he sees is that they're his friends. But, eventually he went out there, whatever went wrong, and the bear ate him, and the lady he convinced to come out there with him, he ate them up. Now look, like I said, they was filming it. The dude was filming before the bear attacked him. So that's one thing I give him credit for, right? Is that the bear attacked the lady first. And then he went and tried to fight the bear off. And so that's how both of them ended up getting killed. Like he could have just well, look, he kept it 100. But I'm just saying how, you're gonna have to live this stuff out, man. Being in the hot seat and all that, getting asked degrees, that's not even scratching the surface from when you get out here. Look, just sending your kids to school. Just sending your kids to school and having to deal with, the questions that, what you going to say then? Look here, Mr. Such and Such. We require that your son has immunizations. Now you got to explain that. Look, this is our culture. These are our practices. You got to explain that over there. Hey, look here, Mr. Such and Such. We having some problems with your son here. He refuses to say the Pledge of Allegiance. We told him that, look, all he got to do is stand up. He ain't even got to say it. He still refuses. Now you got to go down here and explain these people You know what I'm saying? What's going on? You gotta listen when it goes the other way. Okay, look, born. You know, when you get over here, they're gonna be celebrating Christmas. Now, we don't celebrate Christmas because A, B, C, D, E, F. How you gonna explain those things? Hey, listen, harmony, equality. This is what I'm saying. Look, how are you gonna go right and explain to a woman, look, I'm God and you not? You ain't used to being in the hot seat. You ain't used to no pressure and shit. How do you explain that? All right, yeah, look, I noticed what you've been doing, your family and all that, but look, this right here is what's right and exact because of A, B, C, D, E, F. So, the questions that you get from other people in the nation, that ain't the hard part of being a 5%. Hey, look, put yourself in the law shoes. If niggas say, yo, bro, they get the fuck out of here and stop teaching that shit you teaching before we get you. Listen, how you explain to all the little brothers that, listen, man, look, I ain't gonna be here with y'all shortly. And look here, I need you to run all this down for me. I need you to keep this here straight. Look, this is the specific, this is how I want you to run it down. Don't change it. How do you do that if you ain't never, you know what I'm saying, been under the pressure? You understand what I'm saying? It's like they say, look, the pressure bust pipes and it makes diamonds. But busted pipes is a lot more common than diamonds. So that's what people always expect pressure to produce is busted pipes. But with that, I'm gonna go ahead. It's pretty much breakfast time now. I'm back into pumpkin level, but look, it's almost like I'm coming off a fast right now. I'm coming off a 9-hour fast here, but I'm not coming off the fast. I'm not because look, Symmetry 7, Harmony Quality already told me that I could be grandfathered in, even though I haven't fasted the new way. She said, wait, what am I waiting for? So what's the topic? Oh yeah, the next live we doing the clock, right? Yeah, actually, yeah. Hey, look, that's the least they could do, right? Harmony, equality. That's the least they could do. But in the meantime, between time, sign off and say peace. You know, I'm sure y'all. You know, really, I probably won't come back on. I probably won't come back on uh, this week because I'm sure very few people is going to be able to watch this video in one shot. So more than likely, y'all going to be watching this one for y'all going to get a couple of sessions out of this one. So, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday, we get back in the pocket. You know what I'm saying? We see what happens. Unless, because like I told you, I left my phone home, so I don't know. If y'all hit the cash app like that, then we might start doing bonus sessions. But in the meantime, between time, I'm gonna say peace. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Rasta. I'm gonna get back at you, and everybody else. In the immortal words of you, King. See you when I see you.